Hello everyone, and welcome back to Ruby Tarot. Thank you so much for always following and supporting this channel. The moment you come across this video is exactly the right time for you to receive its message. On this channel, I always bring you messages about what is about to unfold in your life. When you open your heart and trust in the positive, you are also connecting with a parallel world, one where your desires have already come true. Today, through this reading, I hope to help you unlock future possibilities and support you on your journey to conquer love and manifest your heartfelt wishes. The topic of today's reading is a major event that will happen within the next 3 months. I've chosen 3 cards representing Pile 1, Pile 2, and Pile 3. Please listen to your intuition and pick the card that you feel most drawn to. Once you've made your choice, click the corresponding timestamp in the description to jump to your reading. Now, let's begin the reading with those of you who have already made your selection. Hello to those who chose Pile 1. Thank you for your patience. Now, let's begin the reading for those of you who selected the first pile. I hope this reading brings you healing, new insights, and moments filled with love. Let's dive into the reading for today's topic, a major event that will happen within the next 3 months. The first card to appear is the High Priestess. What strikes me immediately is that the image of this card, in this context, goes far beyond the usual symbol of intuition and inner knowing. This time, she emerges as an ultimate form, as a heroine stepping into her most powerful state. What the cards are clearly pointing to is this: within the next 3 months, you are about to undergo a tremendous transformation. A pivotal event will arrive, propelling you into an entirely new phase, not just a change in outer circumstances, but a profound evolution from within. It might be that you yourself will become completely different, stronger, more mature, more perceptive. Or perhaps it is something you're pursuing, a career path, a relationship, a spiritual journey. Whatever it is, it will transform, shed its old form, and rise into something completely new, far beyond what you could have imagined. This card rings out like a powerful affirmation. What's coming is not a minor shift. It is a turning point, a supreme version of yourself that you are steadily approaching. Like a warrior who has reached the highest realm after a long path of training, you are on the verge of stepping into that elevated state. And for that reason, the outcome being revealed here is a major breakthrough, a profound event in the most positive sense, one that will lift you to a whole new level. Energetically, the impression is absolutely aligned. It feels like a symbol of ultimate transformation. However, if we only speak in those abstract terms, it might leave the listener wondering, so, what exactly is this about? That's why I'll continue with the next cards to clarify and ground the message we've just received. First, in the position representing your current situation, we have the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. This suggests that you are currently in a state of waiting for the right moment. It seems you're contemplating when to take action, whether it's to start something new, end something old, or even restart a relationship or a project. Whatever the context, the common theme here is your acute awareness of timing. You may be asking yourself, when is the right time to speak up? When should I launch this plan? Should I pull back now? Is it time to reveal the truth? In short, you're watching closely, preparing carefully, like someone about to throw a well-aimed jab. You understand that this first move is crucial and can't be made impulsively. You're waiting for the golden moment to act. Then, when we look at the card representing your surrounding circumstances, surprisingly, Judgment appears. This reveals that the environment around you, whether it's another person involved or the current setting itself, is vibrating with a powerful energy. And what stands out most here is a sense of unfinished business, of something that has not yet been fully released or resolved. For example, if you have a specific person in mind, it could be that this person is currently in a state of, I can't let go of you. Even if they've considered walking away, ending things, or giving up, deep down, they simply can't. Something within them refuses to allow that to happen. They cannot detach. They're not ready to walk away. On the other hand, it may also refer to a situation, an opportunity, or a dream, something the universe is not ready to close off from your life just yet. Whether it's a person or a circumstance, the energy here is saying, something remains unfinished. Something has not yet come to an end. Even if you've tried to move on, even if you've thought about letting go, there is still a powerful force pulling you back. Or if you are the one being held back, then it may very well be that someone else is holding on to you, unable to say goodbye. The energy surrounding you is clearly sending this message: I'm not ready to let go. And that very feeling is keeping this whole situation alive, vibrant, and awaiting the right moment to shift, potentially the very transformation foreshadowed by the earlier cards. For instance, if you're watching this reading in the context of someone you've parted ways with, or a story that once ended, no matter how final it may seem on the surface, the truth is, there is still someone, or something in your environment, that has not released you. The energy of not being able to let go is unmistakably strong here. What's particularly striking is that the High Priestess appears again in the final outcome, and the surrounding energy is also represented by another major arcana card. This suggests that the connection, whether between you and a person or you and a situation, is immensely powerful, almost like a mirror reflecting back to you. I sense a deep, unwavering willpower coming from the other side, be it someone you were once close to, a relationship left unresolved, or a situation that seemed to have ended. There is a force that refuses to surrender, that hasn't given up. On your side, the reversed Wheel of Fortune suggests that you're still holding on, you haven't let go. You're simply waiting for the right moment. And, because of this, if your question involves a specific person, there's a strong possibility that they, too, feel the same way. They haven't given up either, but are quietly observing, waiting for the right time to step forward. Both sides are represented by major arcana cards, which not only indicate sincerity and seriousness, but also reveals that this connection, whether with a person or a situation, is rooted in deep emotional commitment. It's not a fleeting feeling, it's something cultivated through time and emotional depth. And if you're asking about a career plan, a project, or even your life's path, the message remains just as clear. If your heart still holds a spark for it, if you haven't let go of the dream, then those involved, partners, collaborators, co-workers, or even clients, are also holding onto the same belief, the same determination. They haven't abandoned it. They're still there, steady, waiting for the right moment to move forward with you. As for the other person involved, regardless of the nature of your connection, the cards are showing that they, too, are feeling something very similar to you. There is a clear emotional resonance between both sides. Looking into the past position, the card that appears is the Knight of Cups in reverse. This card brings with it a sense of disappointment, like something you had high hopes for didn't unfold as expected. Perhaps you believed things were finally going to move in a positive direction. You may have felt that everything was aligning, but then, all of a sudden, it stalled. The reaction from the other person, or from the situation itself, didn't match your expectations. It might have been a conversation you thought would lead to closeness, but it faded into silence. A step you took with courage, hoping for a warm reception, but it was met with indifference. Or perhaps just that painful realization, why does it feel like I'm the only one trying, while the other person remains so detached? A quiet letdown, a subtle, yet deeply felt slip in momentum. And it's precisely because you've experienced that kind of disappointment before that you've now become extremely cautious. You're carefully observing every development, watching the other person, watching the environment around you, doing everything you can to make sure you won't have to fall into that same feeling of being let down again. Perhaps in the past, you were suddenly stood up. You might have seen a promising opportunity come so close, only to dissolve at the last moment. Maybe a relationship that once felt deep and connected suddenly lost momentum. And now, you're determined not to let history repeat itself. You're trying to listen more closely, to analyze every sign with clarity, so that you won't end up thinking things are moving forward, only to realize they're not going anywhere at all. This sense of caution is entirely valid. You're simply protecting yourself from being hurt again. You're holding your heart more carefully, not out of fear, but because you've learned how to honor your own worth. And in truth, that awareness is helping you shape your path ahead with greater wisdom. I'll take a closer look in the next section to explore the deeper cause behind this. But for now, when looking at the overall state of things, the current energy of you, the other person, and the surrounding situation as a whole, the card that appears is the Queen of Swords in reverse. This card clearly indicates that the current situation is anything but clear. There seems to be a lingering sense of uncertainty, something that leaves you feeling unsettled, or perhaps vaguely dissatisfied. It could be someone's attitude, a reaction you can't quite understand, or an event that happened without a clear explanation. All of it adds up to a foggy mental state, as if your mind is wrapped in a thin veil of mist. Things aren't clear. They're not certain. And as a result, you can't fully feel at ease. There may be a quiet longing inside you, thoughts like, if only I knew what really happened, or things were going so well, how did they end up like this? This isn't a sharply negative emotion, but more of a gentle, persistent unease, a soft friction that lingers and keeps your mind from truly relaxing. What's important to note here is that you're not the only one feeling this way. Because this is a collective reading, the energy of this card also reflects the mindset of the other person involved or of others who are part of the situation you're asking about. That means both sides are experiencing the same fog. Both you and they are trying to figure things out, wondering, what should I say? What should I do? What's the right approach to make this better? There's a shared sense of searching for clarity, both of you moving through the shadows, feeling your way forward. And this feeling is further reinforced by the earlier presence of major arcana cards in both the outcome and the surrounding energy. This tells us that there's no stark imbalance between the two sides. It's not a case of one person being highly committed while the other is indifferent. On the contrary, the energy reveals a striking equilibrium. Both sides hold sincere feelings, both are taking this seriously, and both genuinely wish to move towards something meaningful. But at the same time, both are cautious, both are hesitating, waiting for something to make things clearer. Whether you are the one observing or the one taking action, the other side mirrors you. They, too, are thinking deeply, and they, too, carry an emotional intensity that matches yours. It's a connection shared equally, and that shared ground is the very foundation for believing that a shift can occur if the right moment presents itself. Even if that connection isn't outwardly visible, the cards emphasize this truth with clarity. At a deeper level, both sides are experiencing the same emotions, the same degree of passion and intent. If you're watching this reading to understand someone, be it a client, a partner, or someone you care about, the energy here shows that they are just as sincere and committed as you are. They genuinely want to support you, to stand beside you, or at the very least, they are emotionally invested in this connection. Interestingly, though the passion may be mutual, what's being shown on the outside doesn't necessarily reflect that inner truth. With the Queen of Swords reversed appearing in the present position, many of you may be feeling, really? They're just as passionate as I am? It doesn't seem that way at all. You may have thought, if they feel the same, why haven't they shown it more clearly? Or if they're serious, why haven't they taken the initiative? These feelings are completely valid, especially with the reverse Knight of Cups in the past, which speaks of disappointment, of expectations left unmet. That past experience has created a gap between what's truly felt and what's outwardly expressed. But what the cards want to affirm is this: the sincerity and seriousness from the other side may be even stronger than you imagined. In fact, it's possible they are treating this like a battle they cannot afford to lose, placing pressure on themselves with a mindset of, I have to succeed. I must not give up on this. And as for you? You are not someone who clings or lets emotions lead you blindly. On the contrary, you are standing in a place of great clarity, watching everything with a wide perspective, guided by reason and care. You're asking yourself, what is the best path forward? How can this move in a good direction? You're not rushing in, not letting emotions take over. You are walking with intention, taking measured steps to ensure the direction you choose is the right one. Meanwhile, the other person or the surrounding circumstances seem to be running a bit hotter emotionally. There's a stronger intensity on their end, even a touch of fierce willpower, as if they're refusing to let themselves fail, unwilling to lose something that matters deeply to them. They may be stubborn, but that very stubbornness is proof that they're anything but indifferent. What's particularly fascinating here is the appearance of the King of Swords as the advice card, directly mirroring the reversed Queen of Swords from the present energy. This is a tarot pair, a couple within the archetypal system, and it suggests that what's happening on the surface may not reflect the true emotional landscape beneath. There's a misalignment between what's visible and what's real. Things have been left unsaid. Emotions remain unexpressed. Misunderstandings might be clouding the connection, leading both sides to feel out of sync, when in truth, they are far more aligned than they realize. So whether it's the person you're thinking of, or the people around you, the message from the cards is clear. What's shown on the outside is not the whole picture, and outcomes shouldn't be judged solely by what meets the eye. In other words, if someone seems distant, emotionally detached, or cold, it doesn't necessarily mean they don't care or don't value the relationship. Emotional distance doesn't automatically equate to emotional disinterest. And this truth transcends gender. There are often assumptions like men don't overthink emotions or only women get caught up in feelings. But the reality is far more complex. I'm not here to say such beliefs are wrong, everyone has their own reasoning. But if you've ever browsed the comments under psychology videos or relationship content geared toward men, you'll notice a great number of men leave comments, ask questions, share their inner struggles. That's clear evidence that men think deeply, feel deeply, and wrestle with emotions just as intensely as anyone else. And the same is true for women. Some may say, I don't care, or I don't pay attention to little things, but if you look at the content shared for female audiences, you'll also see countless comments, reflections, and heartfelt confessions. This shows that, regardless of gender, everyone has moments of deep thought, hesitation, contemplation, even moments when they're a little strategic in how they express their emotions, whether in love or in their careers. In short, external behavior doesn't always reflect internal reality. Whether it's a romantic relationship or a professional context, if someone is acting in a way that confuses you or leaves you feeling unsure, remember, they might be holding something back. They might be overthinking everything. They're very likely not as indifferent as you assume. The cards are asking you to recognize this clearly. Surface behavior cannot reveal the whole depth of a person. There are things you can only understand when you slow down, observe patiently, and listen more carefully to what lies beneath. Of course, not everyone is playing games or being manipulative. Often, it's simply that people want to be seen in a good light. They want the relationships they're involved in to go well. That's why many people try hard, thinking, if I use a bit of skill, a bit of strategy, maybe things will turn out better. It doesn't come from a place of bad intention, it comes from a sincere desire to make things work. And that's exactly the strong impression I'm getting from the other person or from the environment around you. Whether it's a specific individual, a group of people, an organization, or a larger community, there is effort happening behind the scenes, in the places you can't easily see. They are quietly trying, quietly planning, quietly pouring their energy into something they consider deeply important. There, I sense a powerful form of will, not just emotional investment, but a quiet resolve that says, I cannot fail here. It's a kind of silent determination. And I'd like to take that as a foundation to go deeper into the next part of this reading. Because later on, when we reach the final outcome, the ultimate version of you, I want to ensure everything is clearly understood, with nothing overlooked. I don't want to arrive at the conclusion only to feel like something essential was missing along the way. So allow me to pause here for a moment to look more deeply into what's unfolding right now. I know you might be anticipating the climax, like waiting for the main part after a commercial break, but I hope you understand. Truly seeing what's happening in the present is the key to unlocking a more accurate outcome later. Now, I'll continue by pulling another card. I want to focus specifically on the gap between what you're currently seeing from the other person or from your surrounding environment and what they're actually feeling deep down. Because clearly, there's a disconnect. What's being expressed on the surface isn't fully aligned with what's really going on inside. And that's exactly what I want to uncover next. It's like asking them directly, what do you truly want? Or in other words, what are your deeper intentions and real emotions? That's the layer I want to reveal now. The card that appears is the Anchor, and this shows that their feelings or emotional investment is in fact very strong, very grounded. However, when this card comes up with a surrounding sense of frustration or emotional tension, I get the impression that their emotional state isn't stable right now. In other words, they may carry deep passion and commitment, but because they feel so strongly, they may also become emotionally overwhelmed at times or easily influenced by external circumstances. If your question is about an organization, a business, or a group of people, the message remains quite similar. It could be a collective that's filled with emotion and passion, but whose internal structure or rhythm of operation is unstable. For example, today, they may respond quickly and seem highly enthusiastic, but then the next day, they fall completely silent without explanation. Or sometimes their eagerness surges suddenly and then fades just as fast, creating a sense of inconsistency and unreliability. In the case of small businesses or organizations with limited staff, This kind of inconsistency may result from uneven workloads or the absence of stable coordination. And if you're asking about a specific person, it may be that their mood is fluctuating and they are particularly susceptible to being affected by their environment. Naturally, this could lead you, the one observing from the outside, to start questioning, are they actually serious about this? Are they even interested in me or in what I'm offering? Why are they acting so strangely, and why now of all times? All of these sudden shifts, the unpredictable replies, the behaviors that don't match your expectations, might not be signs of indifference. Rather, they could stem from internal instability or from being driven more by emotion than reason. And this instability is likely what's making you feel uncertain, confused, or even doubtful about their level of true commitment. But make no mistake, they do have drive. That much is clear. The card just drawn carries a strong message, whether you're asking about a romantic connection, a career situation, an organization, or a personal dream. The person, group, or circumstance in question holds a powerful sense of determination. They have passion, they want to move forward, and they are approaching this with serious intent. However, when it comes to translating that emotional drive into consistent, tangible action, that's where emotional volatility begins to show. And this is what causes the energetic fluctuations. The emotions are strong, but they can swing into extremes, leading either to bursts of intensity or episodes of emotional exhaustion. I drew one more card, and the card that appeared is the Rose. This card further emphasizes that yes, there are genuine feelings involved. There's warmth, enthusiasm, and even a sense of romance. But for that very reason, this person or group can easily become overly excited at the beginning, only to lose steam later and struggle to maintain consistent momentum. It's like someone going to an amusement park running all over the place the moment they arrive out of sheer excitement, but by late afternoon, they're completely drained and no longer able to enjoy themselves. That image perfectly captures the type of energy the cards are describing here. The initial passion is intense, but sustaining that energy over time becomes difficult. And that's why you might experience them as hot and cold, inconsistent in their engagement. If this refers to a workplace or group environment, it could be a setting where many individuals carry this kind of energy. They give their all, they work with heart, but they're also prone to burnout or to being swept away by strong emotions. And if you're asking about an individual, this is someone with a passionate heart, but one who needs to learn how to sustain the flame, not just burn brightly in a flash. Meanwhile, you, the one represented earlier by the reversed Wheel of Fortune, are watching everything very closely. You're not rushing in. Instead, you're carefully observing the flow of events, waiting for the right moment to step forward. And when you sense that others are slowing down or stalling, you're adjusting your pace accordingly, blending into the rhythm rather than forcing your way through. That careful observation, that patience and ability to align with timing, is your wisdom. It's your strength. And precisely because you possess discernment, clarity, and the ability to navigate the flow of life, the differences between you and those around you become increasingly evident. While others waver, you remain centered. Perhaps that's why you tend to stand out or draw attention, even when you're not trying to. It's because you move to your own rhythm, grounded in a sense of awareness that many others are still striving to cultivate or maintain. From your perspective, things may seem straightforward because you're capable, you manage situations well, and you adapt fluidly. But that doesn't mean you're in the wrong or that your expectations are too high. Not at all. The core of the issue is that those around you, whether individuals or groups, may simply lack certain capacities needed to keep pace with you. I want to say this honestly, not to judge or criticize anyone, but to help illuminate the situation more clearly. To put it simply, they may have the will and the effort, but they still haven't developed the necessary skills to manage their emotions, time, or energy effectively. It's the kind of energy where someone starts off full of enthusiasm but quickly loses steam after just a short stretch. They might have a strong burst of motivation, but struggle to sustain that momentum, and you can clearly sense the drop in energy not long afterward. If you're inquiring about a company or a team, this still applies. They're not lacking in motivation, but they may be facing challenges in terms of physical endurance, mental resilience, or internal regulation skills. For example, I'm not feeling well today because I overworked myself last night and stayed up late. That's a common scenario among people who haven't yet mastered the art of self-management. And most importantly, the cards do not blame you. No one is saying that your expectations are unreasonable or that you're asking too much. In fact, it is precisely because you can see the big picture and navigate with flexibility that you're able to recognize what others may be lacking. But this also offers a valuable insight. If those around you can learn the skills of regulation, self-control, emotional moderation, energy management, then the entire system would operate far more smoothly. And you may very well play a crucial role in inspiring them to develop those skills. In short, their inconsistency or slower pace does not stem from a lack of respect for you, nor does it mean they don't care. They possess spirit and determination, but they lack the tools to maintain stability. And that can leave you, the one who observes and coordinates so well, feeling isolated or burdened within the relationship or group. Yet, once you truly understand this, you can choose to move forward in a way that suits you, without having to carry the weight of feeling let down. The appearance of the anger card confirms that these people, whether individuals or an organization, are sincere and serious. If you're wondering about a company, a friend, or a group that seems unresponsive or indifferent, the answer is, it's not that they don't have feelings. In fact, their emotions are very real and present, but what they lack is refinement. Sometimes they behave in ways that leave you wondering, why did they do that? And if only they could be a little more mindful, a little more attentive to you, things would be much more harmonious. Still, the affection or sincerity on their part is absolutely genuine, as affirmed clearly by the cards. That doesn't mean, however, that you must continue to endure or strain yourself for them. You are completely within your right to ask, so what should I do now? And that is precisely when we need to turn our attention to what lies ahead in the near future and clarify what major event is coming in the next 3 months. This is the core message of this reading. However, there is an interesting point regarding the sequence and logic of the cards. The presence of the ultimate, your most awakened, empowered self, has already appeared. And yet, the card representing the near future is the reversed Queen of Wands. This calls for a deeper reflection on the interpretation sequence. Because the Queen of Wands in reverse often signals a lack of confidence, feelings of uncertainty, or self-doubt, questions like, am I doing the right thing? Or do I really have what it takes? Meanwhile, the energy of the ultimate is the complete opposite, powerful, awakened, full of pride and control. Therefore, from a logical perspective, it seems that the image of your ultimate self should be the final result, while the reversed Queen of Wands represents the path you will walk through to reach that state. It signals a period where you may feel uncertain, shaken, or unsure about your decisions. And it is precisely the process of moving through that phase that will elevate you into your most empowered state. For that reason, before diving into the interpretation of your ultimate version, I want to take a closer look at the journey ahead, specifically what will unfold in the near future and how this phase will lead you to the major turning point within the next 3 months. Now, let's focus on that first, so we can maintain the flow of the message and gain a comprehensive understanding without interruption. So, whether it's the other person or those currently in your life, everyone within your circle right now, it's not that they lack motivation, nor is it that they don't care about you or are intentionally letting you down. That's not the case at all. The issue lies in something simpler. If they could enhance their personal abilities just a little more, or strengthen their capacity for self-regulation, then things would have unfolded far more smoothly. Now, to understand more clearly what lies ahead in the near future, I'll draw a card, only upright cards. And the Ace of Wands has appeared, a tremendously positive sign. This is a card that represents something you will firmly grasp, a golden opportunity, a blazing new beginning, or an open doorway filled with powerful energy. It also symbolizes passion, drive, bold initiative, and a dynamic start. So, just as expected, the energy within you is flaring up strongly. Even the previous cards repeatedly emphasize themes of passion and wholehearted commitment. This confirms that you're stepping into a phase where the fire inside you will begin transforming into real, concrete action. However, returning to the reversed Queen of Wands that appeared earlier, I still couldn't help but wonder, why would a card representing insecurity and self-doubt emerge amidst a spread filled with such passionate, high-energy cards? That question lingered in my mind, so I decided to draw a few more cards to clarify the message. Because clearly, there's something deeply important hidden here, something that, if overlooked, could mean missing a pivotal message in your upcoming journey. And then, when the next cards were revealed, I can say this without hesitation. It's truly wonderful. You are stepping into a phase that is not only promising, but also deeply inspiring. And it seems that you will move forward not just with intellect, but with a brave heart filled with resolve and inner strength. And this is where it becomes even more remarkable. Both the Emperor and the High Priestess have appeared. In other words, these are the masculine and feminine counterparts within the tarot system, symbols of leadership and inner wisdom. The presence of both cards together reveals a profound resonance with a prior result, where the High Priestess had already made an appearance. This alignment is far from coincidental. In fact, it reinforces the idea that everything is unfolding within a deeply interconnected flow, carrying strong spiritual depth. Once again, it emphasizes that you are on the right path, and every experience you are moving through holds profound meaning. Yet, one question still lingers. Why did the Queen of Wands appear reversed? Amidst such commanding, stable, and magnetic energies, this card of inner insecurity still seems out of place. To understand this better, I drew another card from the Lenormand deck, and the card that appeared was the Tower. It's important to note, however, in Lenormand, the Tower does not carry the same connotation of collapse as it does in tarot. Instead, it speaks more to themes of isolation, separation, or matters related to structure, authority, rules, and control. The first impression upon seeing this is that you, the one once likened to the Queen of Wands, may be entering a phase of emotional isolation or feeling confined within a certain system, structure, or set of expectations. And this sense of restriction may be causing you to question yourself, leading to a loss of the confidence you once naturally carried. But that's not the full picture. I drew another card to gain more clarity. The card that emerged was the Seven of Cups, a card symbolizing illusion, confusion, or feeling lost among too many choices or unclear expectations. And suddenly, the entire picture became crystal clear. You may be experiencing insecurity for one of two major reasons. The first relates to some form of contract or commitment, perhaps a promise, a sense of responsibility, or a relationship in which you need clear confirmation, a concrete step forward, or something that feels tangible and grounded. The second is silence, or a lack of response, from someone or from a certain situation, which leaves you with a sense of abandonment or emotional isolation. The Tower and the Seven of Cups, when appearing together, speak of a deep feeling of being lost, of not knowing what's truly going on, causing your mind to spin countless imagined scenarios that weigh heavily on your heart and throw off your sense of direction. In short, the energy of the reversed Queen of Wands is stemming from within you, not from weakness in your surroundings. Even though there are powerful forces around you, even though opportunities are on the verge of revealing themselves, it's the uncertainty within your own heart that makes you doubt yourself. And once you recognize this, you'll be able to step out of the fog and reconnect with your ultimate self, the radiant, magnetic, and powerful version of you that the cards have been guiding you toward. For example, can I truly move toward marriage? Or if it's about a position, will the appointment process go smoothly? Will I be approved for the benefits? Will the paperwork be reviewed and responded to? Or, more simply, if it's a personal matter, will I receive any reply at all? What if there's still no contact? What if everything continues to be met with silence? What if this situation ends up being indefinitely delayed? Was it all just one-sided hope? It seems these kinds of questions are swirling through your mind. And the reversed Queen of Wands is reflecting precisely that: the anxiety, the unease, the confusion, the fear that nothing will come of it. At the same time, the Seven of Cups speaks of imagined outcomes, your mind spinning countless scenarios and possible futures, mostly fueled by silence, by the uncertainty of what is currently unresolved. However, what's truly noteworthy is this: alongside those cards, the Ace of Wands and the Emperor have also appeared. These are clear signs that what you fear will not come to pass. On the contrary, you will receive responses, confirmations, or official results, and more importantly, those responses will come from a place of sincerity and responsibility. For instance, you may indeed receive official documentation, a formal message, or a clear confirmation. Or, if it's about love, you'll hear back from that person, a reply that is genuine and articulate, not prolonged silence. If it's about work or finances, the benefits or entitlements you've been concerned about will be approved and reflected in the system. They won't be overlooked. And what matters most is this: these are not random outcomes. They come paired with genuine effort and goodwill from the other party or organization. They will do it because they truly want to, because their heart is in it, and because they've thought seriously about the matter. So, the things you've been worrying about, the fear that everything might fade away into oblivion, are not going to come true. What you've been hoping for will come to fruition, and not just in a simple yes or no way, but with responsibility and sincere intention. Still, I found myself wondering, could the way I've interpreted everything just now be seen as overly optimistic? Like someone who's always trying to paint life in pastel colors? I asked myself, am I unintentionally forcing a positive outcome onto the cards, trying to make everything look good? I know it might sound like I'm second-guessing myself, but I genuinely don't want you to feel like I'm offering a feel-good conclusion that's shallow or sugar-coated. That's why I decided to turn to the Angel Answers deck for clarity, asking very directly, am I unconsciously assigning a biased, overly hopeful message here, just trying to make everything seem okay? As always, the Angel Answers deck responds with honesty. If I were being too optimistic, if I were conjuring up happiness out of thin air, it wouldn't hesitate to say so. In fact, I've received direct answers like that before, so I was fully prepared to accept the truth if that was the case. The first card drawn was the message, ask your angels. In other words, this card seemed to say, you've already sent your question to the right place, and the answer coming through the cards is part of a true spiritual exchange. It's a gentle affirmation that you're on the right path, tuning into the correct energy stream to receive guidance. Still wanting even more clarity, I drew a second card. The next message was, if you believe. This is a clear affirmation. If your heart resonates with the message, if your intuition feels aligned, then trust in it. Not because you're making it up, but because it matches the frequency you're currently vibrating on. It aligns with the truth within you. In other words, the message conveyed by the cards is not a forced or fabricated optimism. It is a reflection of what truly exists in your energetic field at this moment. And if you believe in it, that belief can help turn it into reality. So, there is nothing wrong here. Everything I've just shared with you is not some hollow, sugar-coated reassurance. It's the genuine result of a card reading that has been deeply connected from the heart. I truly believe that, and the cards are in agreement. You can be at ease. That clearly confirms that the interpretation offered earlier is entirely valid. First of all, the sense of insecurity you're feeling at this moment, I can feel it very clearly. It's the fear that something will stall, that it won't progress, that it will end in silence. You may be afraid that everything will be frozen in time, with no one taking initiative, no one stepping forward, and in the end, it will all quietly fade away. These worries may arise from many different aspects of your life. Perhaps it's related to paperwork, administrative processes, or a financial benefit you're waiting for. Or you fear that the person you love might marry someone else. Or, on the contrary, you're considering divorce, but deep down you don't want that to happen. Or it could be a relationship that's currently on pause, with no clear signals, making you fear that it might remain that way forever, with no resolution. Depending on each person's situation, these anxieties may take different forms. But they all stem from a common thread, the fear that nothing will change, that the current silence or stagnation is the final state. However, based on the entirety of the messages conveyed through the cards so far, the answer is clear. The things you're afraid of will not come true. You will not be abandoned, forgotten, or pushed aside. The cards have emphasized this repeatedly. There will be a response, there will be continuation, there will be a concrete action from the other side. Whether it's a loved one, an organization, or anyone playing a key role in the situation you care about, they will take meaningful, clear, and sincere action. Not only that, their actions will be accompanied by genuine intention and real effort on their part. In other words, you won't have to carry this alone or keep chasing someone endlessly. You will receive a response, and that response will reflect goodwill, heartfelt emotion, and a determined willingness to move forward from the other person or entity involved. And all of this, all these positive developments, will arrive in the near future. Which brings us to an important question: when? To pinpoint a more specific timeframe for this near future phase the cards are pointing to, I decided to draw an additional card from a playing card deck to gain more clarity around timing. As I sought further insight, a card jumped out. Both cards drawn were sevens, and that immediately gave me a strong sense that the message is pointing toward the month of July. So, if you're watching this close to the time it was recorded or posted, then it likely refers to next month, July. If, however, you're watching this video at a different time, not right after it was posted, then simply understand next month as the month immediately following the time you're currently watching. And if you're watching it in June or July, then take it as a confirmation that the message is pointing directly to July. So, how exactly will this unfold? I, too, wanted to understand the flow of events more clearly. In an earlier part of the reading, we saw the image of the phoenix, a powerful and noble symbol of rebirth, alongside the Ace of Wands. This suggests that something is being sent your way, something that will help soothe the anxiety you've been carrying. It will arrive as proof that things are not as bad as you feared, that your worries are not the final truth. So, I drew a few more cards to better understand the progression of the situation. One card appeared bearing a very distinctive expression, and the moment I saw that face, I felt it strongly. The other person is serious. That was not the face of someone being careless or treating things lightly. There was nothing casual or dismissive about their gaze. It was the kind of look that says, "All right, let me handle this. Watch me." I truly sensed no trace of frivolity. This person is genuinely serious. Whoever they may be, someone currently processing important matters related to you, or someone playing a role in your present journey, they carry with them a strong sense of responsibility. And if the situation unfolds in a way that helps ease your worries, it will be because there are people who genuinely want to improve things for you. Even if you're not watching this reading for a particular relationship and are simply inquiring about your life in general, the things that have been weighing on your heart seem poised to soften. The people entering your life during this time, whoever they are showing up with genuine care and intent. Whether it's a doctor truly committed to your healing, a shop assistant providing service with heart, or anyone else, the energy surrounding you right now is filled with sincerity and dedication. And if you're watching this reading with a question about someone specific, then the message for you is just as clear. This person is being very serious. They are thinking things through carefully, preparing thoughtfully, and genuinely want to act in the right way. What's coming your way isn't random. It's the result of deep reflection and careful consideration. So depending on what your question is about, if it's communication, then expect a serious conversation, not something casual or evasive. And if you've been worrying about something, you'll soon realize that your concerns were unnecessary because things aren't as bad as you feared. For example, if the person you're asking about once acted in a way that felt manipulative, like saying, "If you don't do this, you'll miss your chance," using the kind of pressure common in negotiations or business talks, then it might not have been an intentional tactic. There's a strong possibility that they said it not to pressure you, but because they were truly afraid you'd miss out on something important, and they didn't want that to happen. As I mentioned earlier, even if this person or group of people is genuinely serious, there may have been times when their motivation, energy, or mood was unstable. That's likely why they said things that made you feel uneasy. But in truth, those words came from the situation they were in at the time, not from their true nature. And there's a real chance they might come back and apologize to you, saying something like, "I'm sorry I said that back then. I genuinely wanted the project to succeed and spoke out of line." They may sincerely acknowledge their mistake. If this story is about love, it's the same. The person might say, "I'm sorry for saying things that didn't reflect the truth. It wasn't really like that." And in that moment, you'll have every right to respond however feels right for you. Whether you speak up or simply choose to accept it quietly, that choice is yours. And in case you're not watching this reading from the perspective of a conflict or disagreement, but simply wondering whether something good is going to come your way, then the message is very clear. When it happens, you will receive a deeply sincere approach. The other person will open up to you in an honest and heartfelt manner. For example, they might say, "Actually, I've had this plan in mind, and I think it could bring something good for both of us." In that moment, you'll clearly feel that this is someone you can trust. They're genuinely reaching out to you with respect and transparency, giving you peace of mind and a sense of calm. You'll feel safe enough to fully focus on your own work, hobbies, or personal projects, free from the worries that have weighed on you before. In short, no matter the reason you're watching this reading, whether it's about an ex-lover, your job, someone in your life, or simply your own emotions, the message remains consistent. The other side is approaching you with seriousness and sincerity. That's the unmistakable energy running through all of this. And this is said to unfold next month. What's particularly striking is that this isn't even the major event yet, not the biggest turning point. Fascinating, isn't it? Because if what's coming is already this powerful and it's still not the climax, then that means something even bigger, something ultimate, is still waiting for you further ahead. That's why I feel the need to look more closely into the near future. I really want to understand more clearly why everything is set to happen at that particular time, why next month, or specifically why in July. I'm going to seek further messages about the reason behind this timing. Of course, the previous cards already revealed quite a lot, such as the fact that this person, or those around you, are genuinely serious, but may have gone through a period of emotional instability. The energy has been fluctuating and unsteady. That was very clearly present. That's why I want to look deeper into one key question. Will that instability continue? You've likely experienced that feeling before, the sense that everything seemed to be going well, only to be met with disappointment. Just when you began to hope, things slipped out of reach again. It's that disheartening feeling of I thought things had changed, but it's still the same. That's why I understand how carefully you're observing the situation and how cautious you're being with your expectations. So I'll ask an additional question. Will this state of fluctuation come to an end? Is this turbulent phase finally reaching its close? I truly want to clarify this. But before that, let me first take a closer look at why everything is happening at this specific time, why it's unfolding next month. I'll draw more cards to find the answer to that question. The first card to appear is the Star in reverse. When it comes to understanding why events are unfolding now, I feel that this may be due to the other person, or those involved, having felt that if things were left as they were, their hopes would never be realized. The reverse star often appears when someone has fallen into a state of hopelessness, thinking that their dream or desire is slipping further and further away. And what's striking is that immediately after, the Judgment card also appeared in reverse. These two cards have a strong energetic connection in this reading. With both reversed, they indicate a current of disappointment, a feeling of being blocked on the path toward what one truly wants. However, this doesn't mean that the person or the people involved are giving up completely. On the contrary, the energy underlying these reversed cards carries a strong sense of refusal to surrender. There's a powerful resistance against letting the dream fade away. The reverse star often reflects a desire to restore hope, a feeling of, I can't just let this go. So I sense that this very emotion, the feeling of regret and refusal to give up, has become the catalyst that drives them to take action. Whether you're asking about a specific individual or about yourself, the message remains the same. And if your question isn't tied to anyone in particular, it can be understood this way. Right now, many people around you, in your environment, at work, or within your personal connections, are beginning to shift. They are becoming more serious, more responsible, and more committed to fulfilling their roles. These could be colleagues, friends, or family members who are gradually changing their approach to life and work, now truly wanting to create something meaningful. In other words, the energy surrounding you is evolving, growing into a more mature, more responsible direction, driven by the desire not to miss what truly matters. And it is this energetic shift that's pushing the upcoming event closer, set to arrive next month. I'd like to go a little deeper to understand the root cause of this change. What I want to explore is, why is there such a strong determination, such a deep sense that they can't let go or allow their dreams to vanish? Or if you're not watching this for a particular person, then why are there so many people showing up around you with this exact energy at this moment? The card that appears is the Eight of Wands in reverse. And I can clearly sense the message. This person or these people have come to realize that just waiting will lead nowhere. The one you're thinking of may have been someone slow-moving, passive, or only acted when prompted. Or perhaps it was a group, a team, or even your broader environment that used to carry such energy, always hesitant, delayed, or lacking decisiveness. And if you're watching this reading for yourself, especially in relation to your career, a project, or your personal actions, the message becomes even clearer. You may have once felt that if you didn't speak up, if you didn't take action, then nothing would happen. No clients would come, no opportunities would appear, and no recognition would arrive. You may have carried the heavy burden of believing that if you didn't do it, no one else would. But what's happening now is a shift in that energy. Movement is beginning to emerge from the other side. Instead of you always being the one who initiates, now the other party, or your environment, is starting to generate motivation on its own. They are becoming more proactive, beginning to speak up, starting to take action. They've come to realize that waiting endlessly changes nothing, and that if they want their lives to transform, they themselves must be the ones to move. So no matter who you're asking about, whether a specific individual, a group, or simply the energy surrounding you, the message remains the same. They are beginning to understand that unless they change, nothing else will. And it is this realization that becomes the catalyst for the shift that's about to happen. That's why, if you're asking about your dream, a personal pursuit, or your career path, the good news is, many people who share your sense of determination are beginning to gather around you. This could mean that clients are becoming more aware, more engaged, and more willing to reach out to your business or service, bringing you practical support to grow your revenue or expand your work. Or it could mean that your environment is gradually filling with like-minded individuals, making everything flow more smoothly. And if you are watching this reading with someone specific in mind, then this means that very person is also stepping into a phase of change, beginning to develop new awareness, to see things differently, and to genuinely desire to take action. And because this is a message for the near future, perhaps even the very near future, if you've been waiting for a long time, you might feel like one more month still sounds too far away. But from the perspective of tarot, for something to happen within the very first month of the typical 3-month window considered near future is actually quite a rapid development. So when I say it's coming soon, just one more month, that's not just comforting words. It's genuinely a positive and swift signal, especially within the structure of this reading. I completely understand that when you're hoping for something to happen, even a single week can feel endless. But the current energy flow shows that you won't have to wait much longer. Events are moving toward you in a way that won't feel painfully slow. The real question is, will everything remain completely still between now and next month? And the answer is no. Things have already started shifting. The person you're thinking of, the people around you, your living or working environment, everything is already beginning to change from this very moment. The Wheel of Fortune has already begun to turn. Though right now it may still feel like it's turning slightly out of sync, with a few challenges or disruptions, you're beginning to sense the rhythm. Movement has begun. There are signs of alignment, and the gears of fate are gradually locking into place. Very soon, you'll reach a moment when even you will feel it. I think I can begin now. This new current is arriving, and it's coming very near. The Wheel of Destiny has begun to turn, and the flow is moving toward an ultimate state, the highest, most complete version of what you can become. That means the process has already started, the energy is already in motion, and what remains now is simply the final phase of alignment. Just a little more adjustment, and everything will click into place. You can feel this very clearly. Your surroundings, the people present in your life, or the specific person you're thinking about, everything is genuinely shifting in a serious and profound way. Those who carry passion and a strong inner fire are beginning to gather around you. And that person, if you're asking about someone in particular, is also beginning to ignite with a growing flame of determination. And here's something important to clarify. It's not that they weren't serious before. As I mentioned earlier, the issue was never about their attitude or a lack of respect. It was simply that they didn't know how. They didn't know how to keep that fire alive from beginning to end, like someone trying to enjoy a full day at Disneyland, but unsure of when and how to refuel their energy. It's just that they hadn't yet understood what it takes to sustain motivation to the very end, what to prepare, what to replenish along the way. It wasn't a lack of willpower. So you don't need to force yourself to forgive or be overly noble because the drive was always there. They simply didn't know how to express it or how to channel it effectively. And now, the determination is becoming more and more visible. You can sense it not only in the near future, but even right now. The current of energy that you've been feeling is no longer just hidden or subtle. It's starting to reveal itself clearly, moving from the inner world to outward action. This is the moment you are stepping into a time when all the preparation is nearly complete, and you're about to embark on a journey that's truly new, powerful, and more grounded than ever before. So now, the important question becomes, will that person, or that group, that company, that figure you're thinking about run out of fuel halfway through? Will they suddenly disappear again? This is what I want to clarify. Because you know how awkward it would be if everything is just starting to go well, and then that person suddenly says something like, "Sorry, I got scared of the roller coaster, so I'm getting off halfway." That would truly put you in a tough spot. You need someone who can ride the whole journey, get on the roller coaster, then keep going to the next adventure and still have the spirit to continue. So I pulled a card to see more clearly whether they'll just start off strong and then fizzle out, or if they're really capable of going the distance. And the Queen of Cups has appeared. This card tells you that you can genuinely feel at ease. The Queen of Cups is a symbol of enduring love, deep gentleness, and heartfelt sincerity. It shows that the kind of people who tend to drop off halfway, or who show up at the beginning only to vanish without a trace, will no longer be part of your upcoming journey. You don't have to fear being abandoned halfway through. If you're asking about a specific person, then the message suggests that this part of their personality, the inconsistency, the tendency to quit, is now being addressed or gradually transformed. They're learning to love in a more mature and committed way. And if your question isn't about any one person in particular, then it means you will no longer be caught in situations where you have to work with people who are half-hearted, who come and go, or who are only enthusiastic at the start. Instead, you'll be surrounded by those who genuinely want to walk beside you in the long run, the kind who say, "Let's do this together," and truly stay the course. A new current is arriving, one in which you'll feel, yes, things are truly moving forward now, steadily, consistently, and not just for the short term anymore. The presence of the Queen of Cups confirms that this is not just a fleeting encounter, it is a connection rooted in emotion, depth, and meaning, with every potential to endure. Whether you're watching this reading about a specific person or a broader situation, even if the emotional tone may vary slightly, the core message remains the same. These individuals, or that one person, have truly experienced a transformation within. The appearance of the Queen of Cups emphasizes this. It marks a shift born from the heart. Whether it's the person you're thinking of or the people in your surroundings, they are no longer approaching you with indifference or half-hearted intent. They are genuinely serious. And with that, the central theme of this reading becomes clear. Sincerity, not vague, not performative, but real. The person you're thinking about, or the environment around you, is becoming truly serious about you, about themselves, and about the future. That's what the tarot is highlighting. So, the next question to clarify is, what is the final outcome, the ultimate version of yourself? What will unfold in the next 3 months? What is that major event that lies ahead? The card that appears is the Knight of Wands, a card overflowing with passion, enthusiasm, courage, and bold action. And the message is crystal clear, because those around you are shifting, they're beginning to act with sincerity, they're starting to move genuinely in your direction. You, too, will step into the energy of, "Then I'll do it. I won't sit still any longer." In the past, you hesitated. You questioned, is this person truly sincere? Are they really planning to stay? Or is it all just empty promises followed by disappearance? Those doubts kept you from turning the wheel of fate. Because you were afraid, if you turned it and they left, you'd be left behind once again. But now, as everything around you begins to feel real, as the atmosphere, the actions, and the words become clear, committed, and full of intent, you will feel a fire being reignited within you. And that is the moment when you rise, seize the opportunity, and move forward. The Knight of Wands symbolizes that you are no longer in a passive stance. You are entering a phase of steady, inspired action, and more importantly, there's no turning back. This is not a one-time impulse. It's a series of connected movements, a true momentum, where you and those around you journey together with shared direction and drive. I believe you've already worked hard to turn the wheel of fate. Even when it was difficult, you kept trying, pushing wherever you could, refusing to give up. But still, carrying that weight alone and trying to move such a massive mechanism on your own has been exhausting. The issue was never with you. It was simply this. No matter how hard you try, if you're the only one pushing, you can't set the whole system in motion. And now, with the people around you also beginning to shift, to turn the wheel from their side, you can finally say, all right, now it's my turn to give it everything I've got. That motivation doesn't come from dependence. It comes from the alignment of energies, from knowing that you're no longer alone in this. I'm not saying you're only acting because others have started to. Quite the opposite. You've been the one holding the fire, keeping the momentum alive. But this is the reality of life. No matter how much effort you put in, if the other side, or your environment, doesn't change or cooperate, your efforts can only go so far before becoming stuck. For example, when you've already had a clear idea, a well-structured project, or a solid work plan, but the other party responds too slowly, it causes the entire process to stall. Even if you've prepared thoroughly, even if you've taken the first step, if the gear on the other side doesn't move, everything comes to a standstill. This isn't about dependence. It's a realistic picture of life. There are some things you simply cannot do alone. I can feel this very clearly in your energy. You've been tired before. You've thought, I've tried everything I can, but if the other side, the person, the people around me, or my environment, doesn't turn their part of the wheel, then I can only go so far. The truth is, you've done all that could be done. You've turned your part of the wheel with all your strength, dedication, and perseverance. And because of that, what's needed now isn't more effort from you. It's that others must begin to turn their side. And now that this is finally happening, now that they're truly beginning to take action, to shift, the new flow will emerge. And you will no longer be walking this path alone. What's beautiful is that now, the people around you, or the person you're thinking about, have also stepped into a state of readiness, wanting to turn the wheel of fortune with you. And because both sides are now in motion, you'll be able to move forward in the best possible way, as a version of yourself that is strong, ready, and full of resolve, supported by an environment or a counterpart that is equally serious and aligned. I'm deeply moved when I look at the imagery of the Wheel of Fortune card. At the top of the wheel, there is a circle, perhaps the sun or the moon. Whatever symbol it is, it carries the meaning of light and illumination. As the wheel begins to turn, you can see its outer edge gradually aligning with that upper circle, as if everything is beginning to fall into place. The more it turns, the closer it draws to the center point, and in the end, both circles merge into one another with perfect alignment. Just like you and the other person, or you and your environment, two gears that once moved out of sync are now gradually aligning. You've pushed your wheel with all your strength, turning it to the limits of your ability. And the part you couldn't move alone, the part that required someone else to act, you had no choice but to hope someone would eventually step in. Not because you were dependent, but because you had already done so much. You deserve collaboration. And yes, there were times when you thought, maybe I should just do everything on my own. Perhaps you actually did carry it all alone for quite a long time. But deep down, you've always longed for companionship, not because you lacked strength, but because you understood. When two wheels turn together, when both sides move in the same direction, only then does the journey truly feel complete. Now, you're entering a phase where that desire is becoming reality. It's no longer about turning the wheel alone, it's about moving together, in sync, supporting one another and advancing as one. This is the connection you've been waiting for, the well-deserved result of all the patience and effort you've poured in up until now. You may have thought, if only someone would help me turn this wheel, everything would flow so much better. But perhaps you followed that thought with resignation. No, I guess I still have to keep doing it alone. Maybe that's the state of mind you were in when you came to this reading. And at that exact moment, the gears around you began to turn. At last, you and those around you are coming together, locking into place at the center of the circle, where the symbol of the moon or sun appears, a space of wholeness and completion. What's remarkable is that this image isn't just symbolic. When two distinct colors merge into a single unified circle, it reflects the harmony between you and the other person, or between you and your surroundings. Both sides are ready. Both have aligned. And now, together, you're prepared to begin the shared movement forward. That is the big event in this reading, the true turning point. And the powerful message is this: that event will happen within the next 3 months. Now, I want to dive deeper into the specifics. What exactly will happen? Earlier, we explored the overall message from the entire spread, but now I want to look at it with more clarity and precision. So I drew another card. The result is the Eight of Pentacles, a card of diligence, focus, and complete immersion in what one is doing. The image of the craftsman patiently working on each coin represents unwavering commitment, undistracted effort, and steady progression. This card delivers a very clear message. You no longer have to fear that everything will fall apart again. If this is about a romantic relationship, there will be no more getting close only to pull away, no more talking about the future and then disappearing. If this is about a work collaboration, you won't see people agreeing and then delaying or walking away halfway through. That situation you've been quietly worried about, the kind where you ask, will they really keep their promise this time? Is this for real? The answer is yes. And not only is it real, but it's also grounded, steady, and reliable. This is a phase of deep focus where both you and the other side are genuinely committed to a shared goal, building something with true intention and care. No more instability. No more fear that things might fall apart again. You are stepping into a path where your heart feels more certain than ever, because this time, you're not doing it alone. And what's coming into your life now won't easily slip away. Everything has finally locked into place, firmly and securely, like a lid sealing tightly onto a box. No more looseness, no more slipping out of place. Everything is exactly where it's meant to be. This is no longer a state of wondering, is it secure? Will it last? But a solid establishment. Every agreement, every promise, every commitment has now been clearly made, grounded and unwavering. If you've been waiting for a commitment, whether in love or in work, the message here is, it has already happened. That commitment has been made, the promise has been spoken, and you no longer need to worry about whether the other person will change their mind. There won't be a situation where things start one way and end another. Everything has been shaped and confirmed. This is a state that has settled into form, with no risk of falling apart or veering off course. Still, I wanted to explore further, so I pulled another card to gain more clarity on what this message specifically refers to. The next card to appear is the Mountain, a symbol of obstacles and challenges. But here's what's important. The message isn't that an obstacle is coming, but rather that you'll overcome it together. Even if challenges remain, you will no longer face them alone. Whether the person you're thinking of is a romantic partner, collaborator, client, or friend, what's unfolding now is that they will walk alongside you, help you find solutions, and share the journey. It's no longer a stage where you have to handle everything on your own. If you felt like everything has been resting on your shoulders, that you've had to be the one figuring things out, finding a way forward, holding it all together, then that chapter is coming to a close. You are no longer the only one carrying the weight. Instead, you are entering a phase where others begin to think with you, act with you, and resolve challenges with you. And if you're watching this reading in regard to a romantic relationship, then this is someone who truly values you, needs you, and is ready to enter your life as a genuine companion. In short, not only has the bond been established, but a promise has also been made that you will no longer walk through hardship alone. From now on, whatever comes your way will be faced together, built together, and moved through together. Even if you're someone who has always thought, I don't need anyone. I don't need to fit into any group, what's emphasized here is that you'll be walking alongside someone you truly trust. And most importantly, there is no sense of burden or emotional strain in this connection. The energy flowing from the image of the High Priestess reveals that this is not a relationship built on struggle or endurance. It is a bond of harmony, of genuine alignment. You and this person will face challenges together, solve problems together, and move forward together. This will be a journey where the two of you are no longer separate, but truly united, working side by side to bring your shared desires into reality. So, if you currently find yourself frequently watching tarot readings to seek answers, that need may soon begin to fade. Because now, you will have someone to share with, someone to talk things through and figure things out with. The arrival of this person, or these people, marks a significant turning point. From navigating your fears and worries alone, you are stepping into a new chapter filled with companionship, support, and mutual problem-solving. As your reader, I'll admit, there's a small part of me that feels a little sad if you no longer need me as often. But if that means you're no longer weighed down by anxiety and uncertainty, then I'm truly happy for you. Drop by from time to time, I'll still be here for you. The energy of this reading shows that you are entering a phase where you no longer have to hold all those heavy questions alone. Am I okay? Am I doing something wrong? Will things move forward? Those feelings will slowly begin to dissolve, making space for real conversations, shared decisions, and emotional connection. For example, in love, if you used to wonder whether reconciliation was possible, whether it was okay to reach out, or whether the relationship was progressing, now, you and this person will begin having clearer discussions. You might say, last time we argued, I felt this way, and they'll respond with their perspective. Together, you'll come to an agreement. Next time, let's handle it like this. Even small matters like who should text first will no longer feel burdensome, because the two of you will naturally find a rhythm. Okay, from now on, let's do it this way. A new flow is coming into your life, one that's steadier, more open, and built on genuine understanding. For instance, when it comes to texting, calling, or deciding who will visit whom, you and this person will have conversations like, "Oh, I see, all right, sounds good," spoken in a gentle, open, and relaxed manner. No more tension, no more confusion. Everything begins to feel clearer, simpler, and easier to communicate. The same applies to work. Instead of worrying alone, constantly asking yourself what to do or how to manage everything, you'll now have people to discuss things with, people to help you find direction. You might say, "So for this situation, do you think this plan will work?" Or, "The client seems interested in this, should we try it together this way?" Both you and your partners or colleagues will brainstorm, inspire each other, and push the project forward as a team. You are entering a new phase, a higher state of your own being. But this doesn't mean you need to rely on someone else to reach it. Quite the opposite, you'll come to realize. "So this is what it feels like when I don't have to carry everything alone." You'll understand that it's not necessary to shoulder all the responsibility by yourself. There are flows, there are ways things can function more naturally, more smoothly, without you needing to force them. And that's the beautiful message in this reading. You are stepping out of an old mindset, the one where you believed you had to give everything you had, carry everything alone, and never make mistakes, into a new rhythm of life, where things can still progress, still succeed, and you no longer have to struggle or worry. You'll come to deeply feel, "So this is what it's like when I'm aligned with the right flow. I don't have to suffer to go far, I can move forward with ease." And that this transformation in the way you think, act, and live is your true ultimate state. A state where you no longer have to strain, no longer have to worry, yet are still capable of creating something beautiful. Perhaps in the past, you believed that only by pushing through everything alone could you call it success. But now, you'll begin to see that some of the most profound successes come from ease, from learning to trust, to share, and to let the natural current carry you to where you're meant to be. You possess a powerful potential within you. You've always carried the strength to overcome it all. But now, you don't have to do it alone. And if someone listening to this feels that these words don't fully reflect their reality yet, that's perfectly okay. Take this as a gentle offering. As for me, in connecting with your energy, I see clearly that your potential is already beginning to move. A new journey is truly unfolding. You're no longer in the phase where everything rests solely on your shoulders. You're stepping into a new chapter, one where you can draw others in to walk with you, and where you're free to do things your own way. There's no need to hold back, no need to hesitate. You are allowed to live as your most natural, authentic self. From the very beginning, the appearance of the High Priestess in the upright position has been a clear affirmation. You are entering a phase of ultimate transformation, where you will feel more ease, more joy, and most importantly, you will no longer feel the need to strain yourself to prove anything. If I may speak plainly, perhaps in a way that slightly breaks the poetic tone, it's this: you will gradually learn how to make use of the resources around you. That might sound a little pragmatic, but there's nothing wrong with that. In reciprocal relationships, the act of receiving support and allowing others the joy of supporting you is a deeply healthy and harmonious exchange. Others will want to walk this path with you. They'll be happy to work alongside you, happy to contribute to your journey. And you, instead of feeling guilty or hesitant, will feel gratitude for that. Mutual support, resonance, and connection, these are all beautiful things. And most importantly, you're not diminishing anyone, nor are you taking advantage of them. Everything unfolds in harmony, with joy, and in a spirit of positivity. So don't blame yourself when things start to feel easier, more joyful, more relaxed. That's the sign you're entering a new phase, one where life is no longer a series of battles to endure, but a symphony you create together with others. And if this reading could be described as a major life event, you might be wondering, how exactly will this change my reality? Because if life doesn't actually change, then calling it a big event wouldn't mean much. And that brings us to the next part. How will your life, your reality, transform as you step into this highest version of yourself? The next card appears like a brilliant answer. You're beginning to see your next goal. You're no longer stuck in the past, nor caught in confusion. You're starting to know what you want, and you can look forward with clarity and inspiration. There are many cards from the Wands suit appearing in this reading, a strong indication that you're in a state of excitement, bursting with energy and ready for action. A sense of passion and enthusiasm is rising within you, making everything around you feel vibrant and alive. The Knight of Wands, the King of Wands all have appeared in the upright position, showing that you will move forward with ease, confidence, and a powerful sense of natural momentum. And now, the Ace of Wands has appeared, confirming that you're seeing your next goal clearly. In other words, the goal you've been pursuing up until now, you've already achieved it. The energy of this reading makes it unmistakably clear. You've completed what you once only hoped for, what you once dreamed might come true. Those desires are no longer just hopes, they have become reality. And now, you are preparing to step into a new journey, a new objective. So when will this take place? I pulled a few more signals to clarify the timing of when you will fully enter your ultimate version, your ultimate state. First, let's identify when you'll reach that threshold. The image of a knight has appeared, a symbol carrying the number 1. This is a highly clear sign that things will begin very soon. The number 1 represents initiation, the start of a new journey. And what's more, this card comes from the Lenormand dice deck, which makes the message even more precise. Just as I mentioned earlier, it's highly likely that this transition into your ultimate state will take place around July. That means in July, or perhaps even as early as next month, you will step into a powerful transformation. You'll feel confidence, initiative, and a sense of readiness rising within you in a tangible way. It'll be like flipping a switch, and you will no longer be the older version of yourself. Then, I continued drawing to ask about the timing of your next goal, the one that, according to the earlier reading, you will achieve once you've stepped into this ultimate state. The number that came out was 5. To understand more clearly what this number 5 refers to, I drew another card from the Lenormand deck, and the letter appeared. This image often relates to messages, news, or an unexpected communication coming your way. Now, cross-referencing this with the earlier mention of July and interpreting the number 2 that appeared previously, through intuitive guidance, it becomes clear. Starting from July, subtracting 2 or counting 2 weeks/2 units of time forward. The window around the number 5 marks the specific phase when the results will start to clearly manifest. In other words, in July, you will step into your ultimate state, and then, around 5 days, 5 weeks, or some significant 5 marker later, such as the 5th of the month or the 5th week of a new cycle, you will reach your next major milestone. This aligns beautifully with the energy of the letter card. You may receive a message, an invitation, or some clear signal that confirms you've done it. This event could come in the form of a conversation, a text, an official message, but at its core, the meaning is this: there will no longer be any room for doubt. You will know, without question, that you have arrived at the very thing you've long wished for. In summary, all signs point to the period starting in July as a major turning point. You will begin stepping into a new version of yourself, one that is more complete, more confident, and deeply aware of your own value. And shortly afterward, you'll see a concrete result. Something unmistakable will happen to affirm that you are on the right path and that you truly deserve the blessings that are arriving. As for the number 5 that appeared earlier, my sense is that it might actually be pointing back to the number 2. I know this explanation may sound a bit roundabout, so thank you for your patience, but here's what I mean. If you subtract 5 from 7, you get 2, right? Or the other way around, 7 minus 2 is 5. But since we're focused on the month of July, interpreting this as referring to the month of May no longer fits. So the more reasonable conclusion is that the number 2 here represents a time gap, possibly 2 weeks or 2 months after the moment you step into your ultimate state. I decided to pull another card to clarify whether it's 2 weeks or 2 months. And once again, the number 2 appeared. This repeated appearance confirms that this interpretation is accurate. Furthermore, don't forget that the High Priestess card appeared right at the beginning, and her number is also 2. It's as if a strong resonance is being confirmed across the reading. So the real question becomes, is this 2 referring to 2 weeks, 2 months, or even 2 days? Because if the timeline between entering your ultimate state and seeing your wish materialize is as fast as it seems, then the possibility of 2 days is absolutely on the table. I apologize for spending so much time delving into this, but when I pulled one more card, the number 2 appeared yet again. This repeated message strongly confirms for me that the universe is emphasizing the number 2 is a significant marker for you. So the message here is this: the moment when you attain what you've been hoping for may be tied to something associated with the number 2. It could be 2 days after you step into your new state, 2 weeks later, 2 months later, the second day of a month. or even 2 p.m. if interpreted as a time symbol. The universe isn't pressuring you to cling to a single interpretation. Instead, it keeps presenting the number 2 as a gentle reminder for you to listen to your own inner sense of timing. For you, what feels most right? When do things truly feel ripe and ready? When does your heart quietly stir and say, yes, it's now? That is the moment your wish will come true. As long as you remain connected to the flow that's unfolding before you, that number 2, in whatever form it takes, is the key the universe is handing you. The repeated appearance of the number 2 carries a message that is both clear and open. Rather than locking you into a rigid time frame, the reading allows you to feel into it. What moment does the number 2 resonate with most deeply for you? It could be 2 days from now, 2 weeks, 2 months, or any time when the presence of the number 2 makes you feel, deep inside, this is it. What's especially noteworthy is that all the numbers that have appeared in this reading are small, which suggests that your wait won't be long. If 2 months feels too far away, then perhaps that's not your timing, because the energy here is intimate, close, and very near. You're almost within reach. In other words, if 2 weeks from now feels right to you, or even just 2 days, that is the signal meant for you. But if your heart reacts with 2 months, that feels so far away, then chances are that's not your timeline. This reading isn't pointing towards something distant or far-fetched. It's referring to something you've already been preparing for, something you've planned, something that has already been moving within the natural flow you're about to step into, almost like a timeline that was always meant to be. To borrow a phrase from a famous film, everything is going according to plan. And that's exactly the feeling here, not one of long waiting, but of readiness and receptivity. So once again, the message is clear. Any moment associated with the number 2 that resonates deeply with your heart, that's the moment your long-awaited outcome will arrive. Whether it's 2 p.m., the second day of a month, or 2 days or 2 weeks from now, trust your intuition. The universe is using your inner knowing as a guiding instrument. Now, returning to the present, what should you do right after watching this reading? I pulled a card to bring clarity to that question, and the card that appeared is the 7 of Pentacles. This is a card of patience, intentional observation, and nurturing what you've planted. It encourages you to take a moment to reflect on the path you've walked. What seeds have you sown? What have you been nurturing? And now it's time to let those seeds grow. What you need to do right now is not rush into action, but instead create a quiet space to observe. Continue doing what you've been doing and trust that the fruits of your labor are steadily making their way toward you. This card also reminds you to maintain calmness so your energy stays centered, free from anxiety or restlessness. In summary, from the very moment you watch this reading, the best thing you can do is reflect honestly on your journey, acknowledge the efforts you've made, and allow everything to unfold in its natural rhythm. You are very close to what you've been wishing for. Trust the process and trust yourself. The 7 of Pentacles is, at its heart, a card about looking at the garden you've planted, observing how far the fruits have come, a kind of gentle pause to assess where things are. It's not necessarily advice to go out and start farming or planting things, but it does suggest that returning to the basics, especially the foundation of your health and your body, is deeply important right now. So the message I feel strongly here is, eat your greens. If you're already curled up in bed, don't worry, it doesn't mean you need to jump up right now and eat a bowl of vegetables. But maybe tomorrow morning, after you wake up, start your day with a meal that includes greens. If lunch is your first meal, then try to add vegetables to it. And if you're not planning to eat anything else tonight, perhaps have a glass of vegetable juice or take a green supplement capsule before bed. If you're allergic to certain vegetables, simply substitute with similar foods or use alternatives that suit your body. The important thing is to nourish yourself with nature's energy. It will support the transformation you're currently stepping into. And the reason why it's suggested you do this right after the reading, or at least as soon as possible, is because I drew one more card from a soft, gentle message deck. And interestingly, the card that appeared was a bento box filled with small, neatly shaped rice balls, a symbol of thoughtful care, balanced nourishment, and simple joy. This image is simple and familiar, an everyday moment, yet it carries a deep message about abundance and care for the small things in life. The card also bears the symbols of the 3 of Hearts and 6 of Clubs, which together form the number 36, and when reduced, becomes 18. The number 18 stands out here as a noteworthy time marker, very likely pointing to June 18th. If you're watching this reading before that date, pay close attention to it. It could be the day something significant happens, or simply the moment when you clearly see the results of the positive changes you've started making today. If you're watching this after June 18th, then it may refer to the 18th of the following month, because time in this reading isn't locked into strict boundaries. The universe is always offering signs, and what matters most is that you notice them and begin taking small but steady steps from where you are now. Start with something simple: eat your greens. It's not just about nourishing your body, it's a way to ground yourself, to bring your energy back into balance, and to help you become more receptive to the goodness approaching. It could be the 18th of this month, or the 18th of the next. Try to notice if anything unusual or meaningful appears around that time. I have a strong feeling there may be a clue or signal tied to this date. That's why I'll draw one more card to clarify the deeper message these cards are trying to convey. Because from the gentle reminder to eat greens to the sudden mention of June 18th, it feels like something more wants to be revealed. The card that appeared is Strength, a deeply positive card. And while it may sound a bit intense, what I feel here is that this isn't about physical strength alone. It's a different kind of power, one that arises from perseverance, from the wisdom of acceptance and understanding. It's not about muscle or control, but about inner strength, a steady, grounded energy, rooted in emotional balance and resilience. There's also the earlier image of the rice balls, and I can sense a strong connection between that and this card. Simply put, eating well, especially including greens in your meals, will help you build and store energy. Because as mentioned earlier, you're about to enter a major event, a phase of meaningful change. And to fully embrace the positive flow that's coming your way, you'll need to be in good health and have a stable physical foundation. More than that, taking care of your body and diet can also bring a natural glow to your skin, helping you look more vibrant and radiant. This might even bring unexpected positive effects in your love life. You may begin hearing compliments like, "You look beautiful today," or "There's something really lovely about you." In work, feeling strong and healthy will help you perform more effectively and consistently, which in turn can lead to more success and tangible results. And especially, it seems that June 18th, or if you're watching this in a later month, then the 18th of the upcoming month, is a time when your strength will shine through most clearly. I feel this very strongly, so if you can, consider marking that date. But this doesn't mean you're required to do something specific on that day, or that everything hinges on it, not at all, so don't worry. Just receive it gently, and stay open to what may unfold. Now, let's take a moment to explore what you might do after watching this reading. Of course, this doesn't mean you have to jump out of bed, rush out to buy vegetables, or take any grand action right away. That's not necessary. Just do something gentle, something that suits your current circumstances, whenever the next opportunity naturally arises. Now I'd love for us to explore one more thing together. After reaching this point in the reading, has anything shifted within you? Has something changed in your energy, your feelings, or your mindset? The card that appears now carries a vibrant orange tone. It's also a Knight card, specifically the Knight of Pentacles, so I believe it serves as a continuation of the reverse Knight of Cups that appeared earlier in the position of the past. If the reverse Knight of Cups represented something that hadn't yet arrived, that was stuck or delayed, then this upright Knight of Pentacles now stands for certainty, something solid, something truly on its way to you. What's more, this card appears upright and is accompanied by the image of a bright orange suit, immediately reminding me of the warm color of carrots. And once again, the imagery of vegetables returns. It's as though everything mentioned earlier is slowly linking together, forming a cohesive picture. The message being offered to you is this: you are in a phase where that something, whether it's an event, a gift, or a major turning point, has already begun to take shape and is making its way into your life. And thanks to the insights you've just received, you're gradually entering the state of readiness to receive it in the most complete and wholehearted way. Whether or not you take immediate action, the very fact that you've made it this far in the reading, that you've paused to consider the possibility that something may be arriving, that perhaps you should pay more attention to your health, to nourishment, to vegetables, has already awakened a part of your awareness. And from that moment, a transformation began within you. Naturally, gently, yet powerfully. In truth, you have always been a remarkable person. That hasn't changed. But it is through this subtle shift in consciousness that you are now coming even closer to being perfectly prepared. You are ready to step into your own universe. You are already suited up in your astronaut gear. Now all that remains is for the door to open and your journey will begin. And it's not just you. Those around you, or the person you've been thinking of, are also entering a state of readiness. They are preparing to offer something to you, genuinely and sincerely, because the Knight of Pentacles is the embodiment of reliability, devotion, and grounded action. Everything is now in place. What remains is the moment when both energies meet, connect, and align. And that meeting point will be the beautiful moment that ushers in a major turning point in your life. I believe the message here is this: whether it's your support system, your community, or someone truly special on the other side, they are already entering the process of meeting you. In other words, the encounter, the connection, it is truly beginning to unfold. So, I hope you will remember this message and carry it with you as a gentle guide. And now, to close today's reading, I want to offer you, someone who has patiently stayed with me until the very last moment, one final message. The card that appeared is the Five of Wands in reverse. This is also a card of the fire element, and indeed, today has been filled with fiery energy. The reversed Five of Wands suggests that you may have been in a state of tension, as if something has constantly kept you from truly resting. Perhaps you felt surrounded by competition or opposition, or maybe it's simply been the sense of always needing to stay on guard, to push through, to fulfill your responsibilities perfectly. Deep inside, there might have been a strong belief within you: I must try harder. I must do this well. I have to win. That pressure has likely kept you in a state of prolonged tension, not allowing yourself even a moment to relax or let go. But the fact that this card has shown up reverse carries a message. It's time to release that burden. Don't keep yourself trapped in a constant battle mode. You don't have to win against anyone. You are worthy of rest, of lightness, of simply being yourself, without having to strive, without needing to prove anything to anyone. Now is the time for you to slowly step out of that defensive stance, to soften, to receive, and to allow the universe to bring forth the goodness you truly deserve. This isn't to say that the way you've been living or the things you've done are wrong, or that you need to change everything. Not at all. I believe many of you have simply been exhausted from having to try so hard on your own, from carrying so much by yourself, and sometimes it's just too much. But precisely because you've made it through such a challenging period, from now on, a new flow is beginning, a chapter where you can live more lightly, more joyfully, and naturally draw others into your own unique world. And here, it's not about trying to control or pull others in a negative way. Rather, it's about creating a space so pleasant, so genuine, that people naturally want to be part of it, to experience life with you, to enjoy with you, to simply be with you. And then you'll come to realize, oh, so it turns out I don't have to overexert myself like that. I don't need to constantly push just to feel worthy. You'll enter a phase where you can fully be yourself, comfortably, authentically, and still be loved, still attract beautiful things into your life. I believe that is the core theme of the card pile you chose today. You, after everything you've endured, are now stepping into a new version of yourself, one that is freer, more creative, and more joyful. A version of you that can even draw others into your world to co-create something meaningful together. And it's not just a possibility, it's something you should do. Because you absolutely have the ability to make it happen. So why not allow yourself to move with the current you love, to live in a way that brings joy to your heart? You no longer need to carry it all alone. Whether the story you're facing involves someone specific, or it's just your personal journey with yourself, soon, others will begin to support you, to share the path with you, to stand beside you. Together, you'll discuss, exchange ideas, and find new directions. What lies ahead will be a gentle flow filled with connection, no longer the lonely path it once was. You are someone with a highly adaptable nature, constantly shifting your form to suit the context around you. In the past, you may have been exceptionally skilled at adjusting yourself to fit into your environment, to meet the expectations of others, or to align with the circumstances you found yourself in. But now, that very energy, the energy of flexibility and sensitivity, is opening up a whole new possibility. You can fully use that perceptiveness to express yourself freely, in your own unique way, without having to confine yourself to any mold. You've lived with great awareness and responsibility, but now it's time for you to live as you truly desire. And the world is fully ready to embrace this new version of you, a vibrant, radiant, and colorful version of your authentic self. Yes, you have many different facets. You're someone with keen observational skills, always attuned to your surroundings, able to adjust gracefully to each situation. And because of that, you naturally attract people toward you, drawing them into your world to share joy, to co-create something delightful, or even to collaborate on something deeply meaningful, whether it's blending, harmonizing, or uniting with someone to pursue a shared goal. You possess a rare gift for navigating situations with subtlety and agility, and that is precisely the key that allows you to guide everything toward harmony, positivity, and success. The cards are vividly conveying this message, that you not only have the ability to sense and respond to the world around you, but also the potential to live freely and creatively in a way that's entirely your own. I'll close the reading for Group 1 here. If you enjoyed this message, don't forget to subscribe and support the channel by clicking the like button. Your encouragement is a powerful motivation that helps me continue bringing new content to life. If there was something in this reading that resonated with your heart, I'd be so happy if you left a comment or even a small emoji, just to let me know the message reached you. I always look forward to reading your thoughts, so please don't hesitate to share them. Thank you for staying with me until the end of this video. I'll see you again in the next reading. Hello to everyone who chose Pile 2. Thank you for waiting. Now, I'll begin the reading for those of you who selected this group. I hope this reading will bring you healing, new insights, and moments filled with love. Today's topic is, what is the major, truly significant event that will happen in your life within the next 3 months? The very first thing that came to my mind, the moment I turned back to your choice, was that something truly fascinating, something special, is waiting to unfold ahead of you. The cards seem to be sending a very clear message just for you. I sense that you're carrying within yourself a great deal of thoughts circling around your past and your future. More specifically, you might be asking yourself, have I actually achieved anything up to this point? Have my efforts brought about any real progress? Have I taken the right approach? And it's not just about the past. You're also worried about the future. Will things truly move forward? Will they take shape and become reality? In other words, you're standing at a kind of crossroads, reflecting deeply on the path you've traveled while simultaneously gazing ahead, full of questions and uncertainty. But I don't see this as something negative. It seems more like you deeply care about what you're doing and genuinely want things to turn out well. The Judgment card has appeared before, and now it's shown up once again, this time even in reverse. This indicates that you may be questioning whether your past choices and actions were truly right. You're looking back with great caution, as if afraid that perhaps you made a mistake or missed something important. The appearance of the King of Wands in the past position only strengthens this impression. The King of Wands represents someone who has achieved a goal and is now setting their sights on the next, someone with vision and a clear sense of direction. That's why I feel that you've gone through a period of intense focus and effort, whether in love or in your professional life. If this reading is about love, you might be wondering, if I had acted differently back then, would things have turned out better? Or if I had chosen a different approach, could the outcome have been more positive? And if it's about work, perhaps you've been questioning, was what I said that day appropriate? Or did I make a good impression on that client or business partner? What comes through very clearly is this: you're replaying a lot of past situations, not to blame yourself, but because you genuinely want to grow and become a better version of yourself. And that, in itself, is a sign that your soul is ready to enter a new chapter. What I sense is that the dominant theme in your energy right now is that of introspection and reflection. You are truly examining yourself on a deep level, carefully considering whether your past actions and choices will support your future journey. Are these experiences helping you mature, guiding you in the right direction? It feels as if your entire path, both where you've come from and where you're going, is becoming the central focus in your mind and heart. And in the present position, the card that has appeared is the Emperor reversed, a powerful card in itself. What's especially noteworthy is that both the card representing you and the one reflecting your current environment are major arcana cards. This suggests that this isn't just an ordinary phase of your life, but rather a pivotal moment, a major turning point. The presence of these significant cards does not point to everyday matters. Instead, they highlight crucial life milestones, events that mark a change in direction, such as graduating, beginning a new chapter, shifting your life purpose, or facing a defining, transformative experience. When cards like these appear in the present position, it means you are standing at a threshold on the verge of a powerful change with far-reaching impact. Regardless of what area your question belongs to, whether love, career, or personal growth, the first and foremost message is this: you are entering a period of transformation. A meaningful new cycle is beginning to unfold. The questions you're asking, the actions you've taken in the past, they're all converging to lead you to this important moment. The appearance of judgment alongside these signs of transition indicates that you are at a crossroads in your life. At the same time, with the Emperor reversed and the Fool reversed, I sense that you may be feeling uncertain, hesitant, like you're in a state of questioning. Should I move forward? Is this truly the right choice? For instance, if this is a love reading, you might be wondering, is this person truly right for me? Should I take the next step, enter a serious relationship, or even consider marriage? Or should I open my heart to a different path? Were there mistakes in how I handled things before? You're placing question marks over your own choices, not just in love, but also in your career path or your personal dreams. For example, if this is about your career, you may be wondering, should I change direction? Should I switch jobs? Should I keep going down the current path? There's a very clear sense that you're standing on the edge, caught between staying where you are and making a change, and you're genuinely torn about which decision to make. Meanwhile, in the position representing others or your external environment, the Three of Pentacles has appeared, a card that speaks of collaboration, teamwork, and building something together. If this reading is related to your work or ongoing projects, it suggests that you have been making a real effort to cooperate with others, and that effort has not gone unnoticed. The people around you recognize and appreciate the way you contribute. Even if you don't always feel like you're fitting in perfectly, I can sense that you care deeply about maintaining harmony and balance in your relationships, whether at work, within a group or community, or in any environment you're currently a part of. What's particularly striking is that others see you as someone who blends in well, who fits naturally into the collective. You may even be a vital piece of the group, someone who is valued and respected for exactly where and who you are. But perhaps you don't see that in yourself. It's possible that you're feeling pressure, that you're questioning yourself, or that you don't quite feel safe or aligned with your true self. Because both the Emperor and the Fool have appeared in reverse, I sense a fear within you, fear of making the wrong choice, fear of losing control. You might be struggling to step outside your comfort zone, even though from the outside, everything appears to be going just fine. You could be trying very hard to do everything right, to stay in harmony with others, but deep down, you're tired, and you may not feel fully free to be your authentic self. I sense that even though you're currently part of an environment, a community, an organization, or a group where you appear to have integrated well and are functioning smoothly, there is within you a very clear and powerful longing for something more, something deeper, something that resonates more closely with your true desires. It's a bit difficult to put into precise words, but to give a relatable example, if this reading is about your work, your workplace, or a professional setting, then it may be that you're performing your duties well, interacting politely with others, and maintaining harmony without causing any conflict. However, deep inside, you carry a very vivid, very specific image of what you truly want to do, an aspiration or an ideal that you haven't yet been able to fully express or embody. Because you haven't been able to live in alignment with that vision, there's a lingering sense of unease within you, as if something still hasn't been released. A subtle misalignment between what you're doing and what your soul longs for. I can feel that tension, a balancing act between maintaining harmony with your surroundings and the quiet discomfort stirring within. Still, I don't see you as someone who creates disruption or complicates situations. The Three of Pentacles appearing in the position of others, or in the case of a relationship reading, the other person, suggests that you are someone who truly values harmony, who works well with others, and who consciously adjusts yourself to keep things running smoothly. If you're asking about a specific relationship, I sense that you have things you wish to say, desires you long to share, or a deeper level of connection that you sincerely crave with this person. But because the other person operates at a different pace, with different emotions, you've tried to adjust yourself to their rhythm, to avoid stirring up insecurity, to keep the relationship from becoming unstable. You've been trying to keep everything smooth on the surface, yet inside, there are so many unspoken emotions. Things you haven't expressed, desires that haven't been fulfilled, or worries that no one has noticed. All of these are creating a cloud within you. It hovers gently, but it carries discomfort, a quiet storm beneath the calm exterior, filled with unresolved feelings. Yes, I clearly sense that you've chosen silence many times, thinking, it's okay, I'll let this go. It's fine not to say anything right now. Even though deep down you truly want to share something with this person, whether it's a longing, a heartfelt appreciation, or a desire for a deeper connection, you've told yourself, I'll just follow their pace. Maybe now isn't the right time. And so, you've been carefully maintaining balance, holding everything in. However, in the final position of this reading, the appearance of a reverse sword card gives me the strong impression that within the next 3 months, the major event you will experience is the beginning of a more liberated, more truthful version of yourself. This doesn't mean you'll act recklessly or abandon your responsibilities. It means you will start allowing yourself to express your full self more freely, to move closer to the things you truly desire, without constantly having to bend or adjust everything to fit. Because in this reading, the Emperor also appeared, signaling that within you lies a strong, commanding energy with the potential to take full ownership of your path. You may soon realize that you no longer need to wait for someone else to understand you, nor do you have to remain overly cautious. You can begin expressing yourself in the most authentic way. That will be the transformation that truly matters. That said, I also understand that the overall energy of this reading still carries a sense of fragility and ambiguity, perhaps because your current energy holds many things that have yet to be clarified, or because you are still in the process of self-discovery. What's coming through feels very soft and delicate, like a light mist that needs to be listened to with great gentleness. The advice card that appears here is the Page of Cups reversed, once again emphasizing the message that your inner child, your dreamy and naturally emotional self, is still being suppressed in some way. Perhaps you've been trying to keep yourself within certain boundaries, or you've grown used to putting others before yourself. But in the months ahead, you'll gradually come to realize that the most beautiful thing is not found in pleasing others, but in being fully and unapologetically yourself. So whether the topic of this reading is love, work, or a personal dream, one thing is clear, you haven't yet fully expressed your true self. But that is not your fault. I'm not here to blame or tell you that you're not enough. I'm not in a position to say that, nor would I ever speak that way to anyone. Rather, what I feel is that the reason you've held back is because of your environment, your circumstances, or simply because you've always been deeply considerate of maintaining harmony with those around you, whether in personal relationships or group settings. Perhaps you've cared so much about that person, about balance, that you've chosen to restrain yourself, to remain patient and quiet. I can sense that you're someone very sensitive and deeply thoughtful, someone who often holds back not out of weakness, but because your heart is too generous, too kind. Because you always care about the emotions of others, about keeping relationships harmonious, the truest parts of yourself, your real desires, your real longings, have been pushed back time and again. And you're not wrong for doing that. In fact, I believe it's a sign of a deep, loving soul. But because of this, you may have felt tired or felt like you haven't been living fully as yourself for quite some time. And that's why, as I mentioned in the overall outcome earlier, within the next 3 months, there will be a significant shift, one that allows you to gradually open up more, to live more authentically, without constantly having to hold everything in balance. A new flow is arriving, one that will let you finally express what you've been holding back and bring you closer to what your heart truly longs for. I feel that the message here is already quite clear, yet the energy of the reading still carries a sense of softness and fragility, as if you're in the middle of transitioning between two emotional currents. That's why I want to draw a few more cards to add depth, not in a dramatic to be continued after the break kind of way, but simply to help you better understand the journey that lies ahead. So now, I'll draw a few additional cards specifically for your energy. What I sense strongly is that you're caught in a state of inner tension, a push and pull between one part of you that holds powerful desires and another part that insists you can't just express everything you're feeling. It's as though you're standing between two shores, where one side of you longs to live honestly, to fully express what's inside your heart, while the other side whispers, no, not yet. You need to hold back. If this is a story about love, it could be that there are things you deeply want to say to someone, things you want to confess, a desire to move forward, to be more real, but you've chosen silence. You've held it in. Perhaps you've told yourself over and over, now isn't the right time. Maybe they're not ready yet. And I don't just feel this in the context of relationships. It's present in your creative work, your career, and even in how you speak and present yourself to the world. You might be someone who yearns to express yourself more truthfully and deeply, but because you're also highly attuned to your surroundings, you recognize how easily things can be misunderstood in this era, how quickly people can criticize. So you've chosen restraint. You have something powerful to say, but you allow yourself to show only a fraction of it, out of caution, out of fear of being hurt, out of a need to stay safe. Even in your creative pursuits, you may have once thought, I really want to do things my own way, but then wondered, will others accept it? If I express myself too strongly, will I make people uncomfortable? Does what I create align with popular taste? And from there, you began to hold yourself back, to soften your expression, to blend into a safer rhythm, to avoid creating waves. I understand that not everyone can open up and express everything all at once. Each person has their own circumstances. Some may be working in a restrictive environment. Others may have gone through past conflicts that now make them more cautious. Some might belong to organizations with rules that don't allow full freedom. And some, perhaps you, have had intense arguments or emotional clashes with someone in the past, and are now choosing to preserve the peace, to keep things gentle, and to avoid stirring tension again. I'm not saying that you need to bear it all, or that you're required to express yourself boldly and all at once. What I'm doing is simply reflecting your current energy, a state that is layered, nuanced, and full of subtle colors. And I want you to know that I am not judging you. On the contrary, I truly appreciate the way you have always observed, always considered carefully, and consistently chosen to preserve harmony for everyone involved. That shows you are someone with depth and a deep sense of responsibility for both your own emotions and those of others. Now, I'll draw a few more cards to see the energy coming from the people around you, or from the specific person you may be thinking about. And here appears the image of a bouquet of flowers. This suggests that in the eyes of others, you truly shine. You are seen as radiant, magnetic. It seems that the people around you, or the person on your mind, are completely unaware of the inner turmoil you've been going through. They may have no idea how much effort you've put in, or how many emotions, thoughts, and silent struggles you've been carrying. To those on the outside, you might appear calm and composed, as if you're handling everything with ease. They might assume that you have abundant energy, or that you're fully in control of the situation, completely unaware that behind that tranquil exterior lies a long process of quiet endurance and inner conflict. You might be thinking to yourself, there's no way people actually see me that way. But what I'm sensing is that yes, there are people who truly don't see the inner struggles, the pain, or the quiet sacrifices you've been enduring. They don't see how much you've calculated, how much you've held back, how many things you've wanted to say but chose to keep inside. What they see is someone who gets the job done, who handles situations with calm and grace, who interacts with others smoothly and effectively. This is also reflected in the earlier appearance of the Three of Pentacles, a card that shows you as someone who knows how to collaborate, how to build, and how to fulfill your role within a community or group. Because you've always maintained that steadiness, people easily assume that you're fine, that you don't need help, that you're capable of handling it all. And with the Emperor also showing up, the image becomes even clearer. You are seen as strong, or at the very least, others perceive you that way. Someone reliable, someone who can take charge and keep things in order. But precisely because you're seen in this light, you're given fewer chances to express the softer parts of yourself, the vulnerable parts, the parts that truly need care and attention. You may very well be doing everything right, and honestly, you probably are. But that doesn't mean you're not tired. And it certainly doesn't mean others shouldn't acknowledge the more tender, hidden side of you. You deserve to be recognized not only for your resilience, but also for the emotions you've tucked away, the feelings that no one sees, yet still bloom quietly within you like a bouquet full of strength and quiet pride. That said, this doesn't mean you're being seen as carefree, unbothered, or always emotionally abundant, as if people think, oh, they're totally fine, they have nothing to worry about. I was teasing a bit with that, of course. What I truly mean is this. You've been trying so hard not to show your exhaustion, your inner pressure, or your more delicate emotions, and because you're so good at holding that in, those around you, or the person you're thinking about, honestly have no idea. They likely don't realize the inner conflicts you've been through, or just how much effort it's taken for you to maintain the calm and balance you show on the outside. You are not indifferent, nor are you detached from the world, as someone might mistakenly believe. You are someone who hides many things not out of fear of being judged, but because you don't want to burden others, don't want to disrupt the environment around you. And perhaps, most of all, because you believe that if you can handle something on your own, you should try your best to do so. I get the sense that you're not the type of person who easily reveals your exhaustion or complains about feeling overwhelmed. It might be difficult for you to say, "I'm not okay," or maybe relying on someone else makes you feel uneasy. Perhaps you've chosen silence, or only when you truly couldn't bear it anymore did you finally turn to someone to talk, but before that point, you tried to manage everything alone, all the way to the edge of your strength. The reversed Emperor, which has appeared earlier, also speaks to this. It shows that you carry a deep sense of responsibility. Even when you're tired, you still try to maintain your role, never letting others see your vulnerability. But I don't see this as a flaw. On the contrary, I believe you've been incredibly resilient, and it's that very resilience that sometimes makes you feel lonely inside the armor you've built around yourself. Please rest assured that I am not here to scold you, nor to pressure you to change right away. What I see is a quiet truth within you, and it's beautiful. You've loved others in your own silent way, by enduring, by not disturbing, by holding everything steady behind the scenes. And I truly believe that deserves deep respect. Now, let's draw one more card and, oh, the Wheel of Fortune has appeared. This is an incredibly powerful card, representing destiny and the kind of shift that is both profound and inevitable. This card is symbolized by a prophetic figure, someone who possesses the ability to see into the future with nearly perfect clarity. The appearance of this card confirms one thing with certainty: change is coming. And this is not a minor shift, but a major turning of the wheel, a true pivot point in your destiny. Even if you've grown used to silence, to keeping everything to yourself, the upcoming phase will be a time when you are not only allowed, but in fact encouraged, to let go of that shell and step into a new journey. A journey in which you will be able to live as your true self, clearly, steadily, and more powerfully than ever before. The Wheel of Fortune, symbol of fate, appears alongside the imagery of an astrologer, a figure who sees the future with uncanny precision. This leads me to feel that you may possess a very strong intuition, perhaps even an extraordinary sensitivity to the energy around you. You seem to be the kind of person who can instantly sense what others want from you, what they expect. You can read moods effortlessly, pick up on the emotional temperature in a room, and intuit things like, this person wants me to behave a certain way. I should soften my tone, step back now. Maybe I shouldn't voice my true thoughts at this moment. No one needs to say a word, you just know. Because you're so sensitive, so attuned to others, you may often find yourself merging with their energy, accommodating their needs, or acting in ways that you believe will make them feel most comfortable. But this constant tuning in has come at a cost. It has often required you to suppress your own truth, to hold yourself back. Not because you don't know what you want, but because you perceive so much from others so quickly, so clearly, that you've chosen to prioritize them first. And yes, just as you may have been thinking, if you weren't so perceptive, maybe life would feel lighter. Because it's not easy, carrying this level of awareness all the time. But because you do feel it, because you do know often too quickly and too precisely, it's easy to slip into a pattern of placing others' comfort above your own authenticity. You prioritize harmony, ease for others, over the honesty of how you truly feel inside. That constant state of adjusting and fine-tuning yourself to fit your environment can be incredibly exhausting. I truly believe you've endured a great deal. And with the presence of the astrologer archetype in this reading, I also sense that some of you here may actually be professional readers, or at the very least, individuals deeply connected to astrology, tarot, energy work, or those with profoundly strong intuition, even if you don't officially work in the field. The message here is clear: you possess a rare and sensitive soul. And while that sensitivity is undoubtedly a gift, it can also become a heavy burden if you don't allow yourself to be your own first priority. And just as I was wondering whether to dive deeper into the upcoming event, the Knight of Swords appeared in the near future position. This is a card that carries bold, decisive, fast-moving energy. It tells us that a pivotal, powerful event is approaching, one that will break through the long-standing silence, one that will thrust you into a moment where you must act, must speak, and must live in full alignment with your inner truth. The winds of change are blowing, and this time, you are not just the one who senses the shift in others. You will be the shift. You will initiate the movement, driven by the true strength that comes from deep within you. The Knight of Swords, sharp, swift, unyielding, has entered the reading. And, because it appears in the near-future position, I feel that this significant event may arrive quite suddenly, perhaps without much warning. If we look at the progression of the cards, it seems that the event itself will occur first, followed by your bold action in response, matching the energy of the Knight of Swords. Based on the sequence, with the Knight of Swords coming after the Five of Swords, I sense that something external may trigger this transformation, something that acts as a push, a catalyst. And from that point, you will rise, you will break free and move forward with clarity and purpose. So now, let's go straight to the heart of the matter. What is the significant event that will take place in your life within the next 3 months? I apologize if it feels like we've suddenly shifted gears. I just didn't want to drag this out like one of those TV shows that keeps saying, "We'll reveal it right after the break." I want you to receive the information in a seamless, whole, and meaningful way. I drew another card, and the Ten of Cups has appeared in reverse. When I saw this card, I felt something very clear. Many of you who chose pile 2 might be wondering whether a big event could really happen for you, or perhaps you don't feel any energy of a major shift at all right now. You might currently be in a quiet phase, or maybe you simply don't approach the future with excitement or anticipation. You may not be the type to jump up and down at the thought of a major transformation. Instead, your reaction might be more like, "Okay, I understand. Let's see where this will take me." I sense that you're approaching the journey ahead with a mature, observant gaze, almost like you're standing above it all, looking down calmly and asking, "What is truly waiting for me? What kind of path am I about to enter?" So even though I'm saying that a significant event is on its way within the next 3 months, I don't think it will be flashy or dramatic for you. Rather, it will be something quietly profound, perhaps a new realization, a shift in how you feel, or a situation that requires you to make a decision for yourself, once and for all. You're not stepping into the future with impulsive emotions, you're entering it with depth. You're not someone who jumps for joy at the mention of change, you're someone who silently asks, "Is this truly what I want?" And I find that incredibly beautiful. You are in a phase of spiritual maturity where you're no longer chasing upheaval, but instead quietly shaping the path that's truly yours. I don't mean to say this with a tone of, "Oh, I look at divination with such rational eyes," not at all. It's just that, for some reason, while doing this reading for you, I could feel something very special, as though you were truly absorbing every word I said. A subtle yet powerful sense that you were deeply feeling it all, even without saying a thing. It's also possible that some of you clicked on this video not with a mindset like, "Wow, I'm so excited for a big event to happen," but more along the lines of, "Well, probably nothing will happen, but let's see anyway." And that's totally okay. I would never say something like "you must believe in this reading" or anything of the sort. Watching a tarot reading is entirely your choice. You're free to engage with it however you like, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Perhaps you're feeling that this so-called big event is just not something that could realistically happen to you. It might seem too far-fetched, too unreal. And then, the card letting go appeared. Letting go, to be honest, I've never been particularly fond of that phrase. Not that I dislike it, it's just that it doesn't always feel like a wholly positive keyword to me. Although, in many cases, letting go can indeed open a new door, leading to something better. But in this particular context, right after mentioning how you might be thinking that your dream probably won't come true, the appearance of letting go made me feel the need to clarify. I don't believe this card is telling you to give up on that dream. Your feelings are yours alone. You have every right to love them, to hold on to them, to cherish them, or to let them go when you feel the time is right. No one can force you either way. So I decided to draw another card from a different deck to gain more clarity. And the next card that came out was the Nine of Swords. That tells me that yes, you might really be exhausted right now, possibly going through a difficult, heavy period. And that's likely why this idea of a big event feels so far away, so hard to believe. Or maybe you're contemplating giving up on a dream or a direction you once held dear, though deep down, there's still some lingering attachment, still a sense of hesitation. Perhaps a part of you is thinking, maybe I should stop trying. But at the same time, another part is still struggling, still questioning, but should I really let go? So when I talk about hope, about the road ahead, you might feel confused. Because maybe even you aren't sure whether you want to move forward or take a different path. It seems you're standing at a crossroads right now, to continue or to walk away. And I can sense that deeply in your energy. But the truth is, you don't have to force yourself to pick a side. Whether or not you choose to keep chasing that dream you once yearned for so deeply, there's no right or wrong. Continuing is okay, and stopping is okay too. Every path can lead to something beautiful, as long as you walk it in a way that feels true to yourself. There is no such thing as a wrong choice. What matters most is this: whichever choice makes you feel more at ease, more at peace, that is the right one for you. Maybe for you, the topic of a big event doesn't really resonate right now. When I do a tarot reading, I can truly sense the tone or temperature of the cards, not in a mystical or spiritual way, but through the imagery and emotional atmosphere they carry. And with this particular reading, the energy feels like it's veiled, covered by a thin layer of something, like there's a kind of hesitation or a sense that something is getting in the way. It could be that something within you is holding back, or maybe you're just not in a state where you're fully open to receiving something new. And again, we see the energy of the sword suit, a group of cards often linked to logic, pressure, anxiety, or heavy thoughts. So, if the title of this reading about a major event made you feel like, sure, I'll watch, but I'm not expecting anything to happen, then that's completely valid. I'm not asking you to force yourself to believe that something magical is coming or to adjust your emotions just to match the theme of this video. There's no need for that. You're allowed to simply be yourself, whether you're full of hope, filled with doubt, or just here to relax a little. All of that is perfectly okay. In fact, I think if you're watching this video with a mindset like, so this is supposed to be about a big event, well, I don't think anything's going to happen in the next 3 months, then I actually want you to keep watching all the more. Or rather, I want to affirm that it's totally fine to watch with that kind of mindset. It's not wrong at all. It's absolutely okay. And if, while watching, you find yourself thinking, actually, I'm not that doubtful or I'm not feeling that negative at all, that's perfectly okay too. You can absolutely continue watching in your own natural way. It's just that I sense, especially for those of you who chose the second group, there's a very distinct energy suggesting that somewhere deep inside, you might be wondering, will a big event really happen? Or perhaps thinking, well, even if nothing happens, I'll just watch anyway. A feeling that is both quietly hopeful and slightly resigned at the same time. I also sense that some of you may carry deeper questions or uncertainties about the very nature of fortune-telling and tarot readings themselves. Perhaps you've asked yourself more than once, is this kind of thing really reliable? Or how should I even approach this? Maybe you haven't quite figured out your relationship with the act of divination, how much to believe, how much distance to keep, or simply how to receive the messages from a reading as part of your own personal journey. Overall, I feel that the energy of this group is layered, as though you're looking at everything through a subtle filter, like there's a lens you've placed between yourself and what's unfolding. And that's completely normal. If what I'm saying doesn't resonate with you, feel free to disregard it entirely. There's no problem with that at all. However, because I do sense this collective energy, I wanted to draw one more card to explore how you might best approach this reading or how to receive its messages in a way that suits you right now. So I pulled another card, and it was the Six of Cups, a card that often carries the energy of memory of the past. And with it came a feeling that maybe some of you have been hurt by previous experiences with divination. Maybe you encountered a fortune teller or a spiritual guide who said something heavy or harsh, something that left a wound. And because of that, you've since found it difficult to know how to face this kind of experience. You may have lost your sense of trust or become cautious and guarded. In addition, I sense that some of you may fall into a very unique category. Perhaps you yourself are a tarot reader, or have studied the craft, or have done readings for others before. And because of that, when you watch videos like this, it's hard to approach them simply as a regular viewer. Without realizing it, you bring along your professional eye. You find yourself analyzing as you watch. If it were me, I'd interpret the cards this way, or is this reader's phrasing effective? Or does that advice really fit? As a result, it becomes difficult for you to fully relax and receive the message with openness and clarity. It's like a chef dining at someone else's restaurant. You just can't help but pay attention to how the food is being prepared. I feel that this second group of cards carries a very distinctive tone, and it may be because you are someone who has worked in this field or is still working in it, which gives you a very complex relationship with divination. One that is both intimate and distant. one of both trust and doubt, one of deep understanding, yet deep fatigue. And that is real. I can feel it very clearly. There's something within you that feels unsettled, something vague and undefined that is weighing on your heart. And I want to reach into that space. The card I just pulled is the Six of Wands. And its appearance makes me think of something else. It's possible that you are unconsciously comparing yourself to others. Maybe you feel like others are doing better than you, achieving more, radiating stronger energy, receiving more admiration, while you feel like you're not quite enough. Even if that thought doesn't surface often, deep down, you might feel like you're not good enough, not skilled enough, or that you're falling behind. And because of that, it might be harder for you to fully believe in positive messages or to trust that something big and wonderful could really happen for you. Because somewhere within, you're still questioning your own worth. This card represents a world of winning and losing, success and failure, a world where everything seems to be measured by outcomes and comparisons. For example, if you're active on platforms like YouTube or Instagram, and you see others receiving more engagement, more likes than you, you might unconsciously think, I'm so insignificant. I'm nothing. Or when you compare yourself to someone else, you might feel, clearly, I'm not as recognized or as loved as they are. I sense that part of you may be carrying those emotions. Even when a reading gives you a very positive outcome, when it praises you, tells you that you're wonderful, that good things are coming your way, when you look back at reality, you might still think, but no one's interacting with my posts. I don't see anyone acknowledging or supporting me like the cards say. That gap between the messages from the cards and the reality in front of you can make it hard to accept the reading. It may even hurt. And I feel something very clearly. You may be feeling like you're losing some kind of game. It's not necessarily jealousy, but more a quiet, lingering sense of defeat. A sense of not being enough compared to someone else. Now, allow me to say something, and if this touches a tender spot, I want to apologize in advance. But I truly sense this within you. There is a powerful part of you. A very clear image of the Emperor has emerged. That means deep inside, there is a fierce desire within you. One that says you don't want to give up on this dream. That you want to achieve it by your own strength. You might not show it much on the outside, but within you, there is a steady voice that says, I want to reach something great. I don't want to give up. And let me be clear, I'm not saying that you want to step on others to succeed. Not at all. But what I do sense clearly is this. If given the choice, you would want to be the one leading, the one who stands out not because you want to be better than anyone else, but because you know there's something special within you. And you want to be recognized as a one-of-a-kind version of yourself. You may not say it out loud, but deep down, there's a longing that whispers, I wish I could be number one in my own field. And if what I just said touches a nerve or makes anyone feel uncomfortable, I truly apologize. Please feel free to skip over this part. Still, the appearance of the Emperor card makes me feel that somewhere in your heart, there remains a desire, however small, to be seen, to be told by someone that you are the best, that you truly are exceptional, that you are number one. Even if it's never spoken out loud, I can feel it lingering somewhere in your soul. And if that's not true for you, that's completely fine too. Maybe I simply misread the energy this time. You can take it lightly. But there's one more thing I feel very clearly. Right now, you may be feeling lost, unsettled, unsure of where you are in your journey. And especially in a world where everything, whether success or value, is reflected in numbers, it's incredibly easy to feel hurt. This is something anyone who has ever worked in social media or any number-driven field knows all too well. No matter how many times people say things like you have your own worth, or you are special, when you look back at your own account and see no interactions, no feedback, it's easy to slip into thoughts like, am I really on the right path? Why are others recognized, but not me? I, too, am living in a world where numbers carry immense weight. And I understand that feeling. That's why I'm not going to say things like don't worry about the numbers, or just be yourself, and that's enough, because I know that for some people, it's simply not something they can ignore. Their job, their field, or the environment they operate in requires them to pay attention to the numbers, whether it's revenue, engagement, or any measurable data. So I'm not here to offer lofty, idealistic words. I know that some of you are genuinely living in a reality where results must be quantifiable, proven by clear, concrete metrics. And I also understand that in such an environment, the desire to achieve something meaningful, to see clear results, to watch numbers grow, that's not wrong. It's a very real, very human part of the journey of growth. Of course, I truly believe that your value isn't defined by numbers alone. I genuinely mean that. I know you have your own unique personality, something special within you, and that can't be measured by engagement rates or performance metrics. But at the same time, I can also sense clearly that you may be in a situation where, whether you want to or not, you have to pay attention to those numbers, to performance, to comparisons. You may be in a world where value is sometimes defined by tangible outcomes. And I understand that. So, I pulled another card to offer further guidance in this situation. And the card that appeared carries a message: trust your intuition. This card speaks clearly. It's asking you, what truly matters most to you? If you're living in a world where you have to chase numbers, compare yourself to others, or prove yourself through accomplishments, then just for this moment, try to set your ego aside. Because if the ego steps in, it will say, I need to care about stats. I need recognition. But try to see it differently. For example, think about an artist you love, or a brand you admire, a restaurant you enjoy. When you think of them, what is it that you truly love most? Is it their revenue? Their follower count? Or is it the flavor of their food? The uniqueness in their design? Or simply the feeling they give you? What you cherish in them, that is what you should honor in yourself. That is your answer. You don't have to chase what others have. Because you, too, have loved something not for its fame or fortune, but because it was honest, unique, and left a distinct impression. And you also deserve to be seen in that light, starting with how you see yourself. If there's someone you love, a friend, a music group you idolize, or a character that stirs something within you, then ask yourself, why do I love them? Is it because they're trending? Because they're famous? Because their numbers are impressive? Or is it because they have something unique? A quality that can't be replaced? I don't mean to impose any perspective on you, but I have a feeling that maybe, just like me, you value individuality, the distinct personal essence that only someone truly has. I believe what makes you stay connected to something for the long term isn't whether it's popular, but whether it has soul, identity, and whether you can see a part of yourself in it. That's what the Emperor card also points to. You are someone with independent thinking, with a solid internal value system. Maybe at some point you were influenced by trends or mainstream tastes, but what keeps you coming back to something is always the genuine essence you feel within it. It's like eating a Calbee snack. You might have tried it at first because everyone else was eating it, but over time, if you find that Calbee has become your favorite flavor, it's not because of the crowd anymore, it's because you've genuinely come to love that taste. And that's the same way you can begin to see yourself. You don't need to be the most followed, the most prominent, but you carry something that is unmistakably yours, and that's what truly makes people remember and love you. This feels closely aligned with what I've shared earlier, that the things you truly love, the things you've always cherished, are the key to defining your own worth in a world where everything is so easily compared, measured, and evaluated through numbers, fame, and the gaze of others. And when the card from the Angel Answers deck appeared, I felt the message coming through loud and clear. If you've realized that what makes you truly love someone or love a certain brand is their unique color, their individuality, then that's exactly what you need to honor within yourself as well. In other words, if you're moved by someone's originality, their personality, their distinct worldview, then you need to recognize that this very same value exists in you too, and it's something you can absolutely shine through. But yes, applying that same perspective to ourselves often feels much harder. Because when we turn inward, we tend to get caught up in thoughts like, I need to have achievements, I need concrete results, I need to boost revenue, I need to be recognized. When we look at others, it's easy to say we love their uniqueness, but when it comes to ourselves, we often feel pressured to prove our worth with visible, measurable accomplishments. And I believe that the message of the cards this time is this: try to release all those pressures, at least for a moment. Ask yourself, what is it that I truly love in someone else? What is it that moves me? Once you answer that, you'll see that this is also what you need to preserve and protect within yourself. What you cherish in others is also what you're meant to cherish in yourself. And then, at this point, you might be asking a very practical question. So what now? If I stay true to that, if I preserve my individuality, my unique essence, will it help me increase my income? Will it bring me closer to my dreams? Will it lead me to the person I love? I understand. I'm the same way. I'm not someone who enjoys vague answers like just believe, and the universe will respond. I'm not interested in empty phrases like just be yourself and the miracles will come. I want something more concrete than that. How can I actually make it happen? And I'm going to keep drawing cards to look for that answer for you. Not a poetic line, but a clear, tangible, grounded direction. Because dreams don't come true on their own, and you deserve a real path that leads to what you truly long for. Honestly, I'm not just saying this to anyone in particular, I'm saying it to myself. This is how I approach my own readings. I'm not great at saying flowery things. I'm the type of person who, when I hear someone say, just be yourself and everything will work out, my mind immediately goes, enough already, just show me the results. So this time, I want to ask directly, if you live true to yourself, if you prioritize your originality, your essence, the authentic values you truly admire, will you see real results? Will what you're hoping for, whether it's love, career, a dream, or financial goals, actually come true? That's what truly matters, isn't it? I don't believe in hollow words. Because if simply saying positive things were enough, no one would need a tarot reading in the first place. I'm not criticizing those who prefer poetic expressions. I respect every style. But for me personally, if a reading doesn't lead to a specific action, or at least open a clear doorway forward, then it doesn't feel fulfilling. That's why I always try to speak the truth, even if it's not always gentle. And now, let me speak frankly, when you dare to live in alignment with what you genuinely value, when you're willing to prioritize that instead of what you feel pressured to do, or what you're chasing because of others, then a beautiful opportunity will appear. The cards reveal that a real outcome will come to you. Whether in love, in relationships, in your career, or on your journey toward marriage, a positive result will arrive, because you are stepping onto the path that is truly yours. You will achieve what you long for. And let me emphasize that once more, it's not just a comforting phrase. It's a confirmation that comes directly from the cards. The result will come when you dare to honor what you truly cherish. So, the answer to the question, will this really work? Is yes. The card has given a very clear response. When you love something, when you are passionate about someone, or when you stay devoted to a brand, a band, or a particular figure, what is the reason behind that affection? What is the foundation of that connection? The answer to this is also the clue to what you should treasure in yourself, whether in your career, in the pursuit of your dreams, or in love. For example, if you're watching this reading because there's someone you're secretly in love with, ask yourself, what is it about that person that moves your heart? If the answer lies in their inner world, in their personality, then that means you are drawn to depth, to sincerity, to the spirit within rather than outward appearance. So, when you feel you're not beautiful enough or not attractive enough, remember, you didn't fall for that person because of their looks, but because of who they are inside. In other words, what stirs your heart in another person is often a reflection of what you truly value within yourself. If you love someone's soul, it means you also long for your own soul to be seen and appreciated. If you're drawn to someone's uniqueness, it means you carry that same spark within you, and you yearn to live authentically in alignment with it. Even if my words may not be perfectly polished, the core message is this: in the things you love, whether it's a person, a product, a brand, or a style, there is always a piece of your essence being mirrored. And those things are showing you what you should focus on, what you should nurture within yourself. Because what you love in others is never random, it is the echo of your own heart. And I haven't forgotten the most important part, the concrete outcome. Because I always strive to be clear, never vague or roundabout. So now, let me share the result. When you live in alignment with what you truly love, whether it's your inner self, your personality, your spirit, or your unique values, what you've been longing for will begin to take shape. And I won't stop here because I know what you're really wondering. What exactly is that outcome? What does it look like? Where does it lead? So now, we're stepping into the heart of it all. And this very thread, the message we've been following up until now, connects directly to the theme of the major event that will happen within the next 3 months. Because at this point, we've finally reached the moment where a true opportunity is arriving. And from here, I'll go deeper, directly into the core question: what is this major event? And when the card appeared, it was the sun. Beautiful. This card is truly radiant. The sun represents illumination, the liberation of the self, living in your full authenticity, and most importantly, achieving clear, tangible success along the very path you've chosen. The feeling here isn't of something surprising coming from the outside, but rather an eruption, a powerful shift that emerges from within you. It reminds me of the entire journey you've listened to from the beginning, starting with self-doubt, comparisons, questioning your worth, and slowly moving toward a deeper understanding of what truly matters to you, what you cherish, and what you're determined to protect. And so, the major event in the next 3 months does not come from luck, nor from someone handing you a gift. It comes from the moment you return to yourself, when you dare to live truthfully, when you choose to follow your own values. From that point onward, your life begins to transform in a more brilliant direction. You don't have to force it because the shift has already begun. If you want to accelerate it, you can do so by becoming even more conscious of what you truly desire. And even if you don't, this change will still come, unfolding naturally, effortlessly, in its own radiant way. And that's exactly why the appearance of the Sun card is a confirmation. You are on the journey of returning to your own inner light. And that is the major event, a profound awakening, a liberation, and a completely new turning point in your life. I truly feel that this is the major event the cards are pointing to. And what I find so beautiful about this reading is that, for those of you who chose this pile, the essence doesn't lie in something external coming your way. It lies in this. In the past, you've cared deeply about others, you've held yourself back, you've suppressed parts of who you are just to blend in, just to maintain harmony with the world around you. This is reflected in cards like the Three of Pentacles, cards that speak of collaboration and belonging within a community. And that's why, if the final message were simply, you'll receive something from someone, or a new opportunity from the outside will come, I believe that would actually break the energetic flow of the entire reading. Because that would mean you're still in the same old cycle, being influenced by the external world, absorbing what others bring to you, processing it inwardly, and then trying to adapt. But no, that's not what's coming. What's arriving is a transformation that begins from within. You will come to realize, I can actually do it this way, so this is how I could handle that situation. I have the right to choose the path that truly suits me. And from that point, you will start to run your life your way, with more freedom, more ease, and in a way that's truly your own. You'll no longer be chasing after other people's emotions, reactions, or judgments. And this, to me, is what a true rebirth looks like. No longer molding yourself to please someone else, no longer living under the weight of outside validation, but becoming a version of yourself that lives in full alignment with what feels most healthy and most right for you. If we were to use common terms, we might say this is the phase where you're stepping into a space of true self-sovereignty. But personally, I'm not too fond of phrasing things as self-oriented versus other-oriented, because to be honest, who can really draw a clear line between the two? It sounds nice in theory, but in practice, it's hard to pinpoint and often creates more confusion than clarity. What I can say, though, is this: the feeling is unmistakable this time. You're reaching a point where you pause and say to yourself, it's enough that I do it my way. And that very moment, that is the major event you've been looking for. No one gives it to you. No one hands it to you. You walk into it yourself. And you do it fully, rightfully, deservingly. It's wonderful if this realization shows up. And to be clear, I'm not dismissing those who speak of it. I'm not saying that at all. It's just that, when things aren't clear, people tend to stay quiet. That's all. But when it does emerge like it has now, then yes, it's truly present. And today, it's been a long while since I've seen the concept of being your own anchor, or what we might call personal sovereignty, appear with such strong energy. Which tells me that perhaps the universe is emphasizing this for you. So you don't need to overthink it really. Even though people often use the phrase be your own anchor, you don't have to get tense or overly serious about what that really means or how deeply you need to understand it. You don't. It's much simpler than that. Just step into a state where you feel free to do what you want. Like, really do what you enjoy. Follow your own rhythm. For instance, maybe you think, that person's probably busy today, I shouldn't message them. But instead of holding back, just go ahead, send that message, reach out. Of course, I'm using an extreme example to illustrate the point, but what I mean is, live more freely, more lightly. And that doesn't mean you'll become inconsiderate or bothersome to others. Not at all. It's just that you're finally beginning to release those old thoughts like, am I being too much? Am I bothering them? The kinds of thoughts that used to make you second-guess yourself and hold yourself back. This doesn't mean you'll become insensitive or stop caring about others, not at all. On the contrary, It means you're gradually allowing yourself to live with more freedom, more ease. Because the truth is, it's perfectly okay to live that way. In fact, you might even say, other people probably don't pay as much attention to it as you think. It's not that they don't care about you. It's just that the things you worry might be bothering them are, in many cases, not a bother to them at all. For example, you might think, if I send a message at this hour, I'll disturb them, but it's entirely possible that when the other person receives your message, they won't think anything negative like, oh no, why are they messaging now? This is annoying. They're wasting my time. Not at all. So you don't need to hold back or overthink things so much. It feels like you're sensing eyes on you, as if you're being watched or judged. And I'm not telling you to stop overthinking. On the contrary, your attentiveness and observational skills are truly admirable. It's because you care so deeply, because you've always paid attention to the people around you, that now the universe is gently saying to you, you can allow yourself to live more freely, more openly, and do what you truly want, wholeheartedly. That doesn't mean everything you've done up to now is wrong. Absolutely not. In fact, everything you've done so far has been part of your growth, a process of skill building, like an apprentice learning magic, a swordsman honing their craft, or a brave adventurer training for their journey. You've been diligently learning and refining your abilities. Everything you've experienced until now has been a training ground. You've mastered countless techniques and tools, and now is the time to release them into the world. In short, you are someone who has prepared thoroughly, who has equipped yourself with every necessary skill and ability. That's why, in the past, you may have thought, since I only have this much experience, maybe I should adjust myself a bit to fit in with others, go along with the general rhythm, hold back for now. Thoughts born from careful consideration. But thanks to that quiet observation, thanks to the way you've patiently accumulated wisdom and growth through each phase, you've become incredibly strong. And now, you've reached a level akin to a player who's hit level 999. If that's the case, then it's time for you to release it all and step freely into the game, to move and act in your own way. And when I say game, I don't mean you have to fight or treat others as monsters. It's simply a metaphor to say that you're now ready to live in full alignment with your powerful, authentic energy. There's no need to shrink back, no need to keep watching from the sidelines. This is your moment to step forward and shine in your fullest brilliance. But hey, have you ever felt like there are just too many monsters around you? I'm sorry if that sounds harsh. I mean no judgment or criticism of anyone. But honestly, doesn't it feel like you've been surrounded by a lot of difficult people? Calling them monsters might sound extreme, but that's truly the energy I'm picking up. It's like you've had to deal with people who are hard to handle, hard to understand, hard to move around. The Emperor card has appeared in reverse, and this often signals the presence of rigid, authoritarian figures or environments filled with pressure and discomfort. And you are someone so gentle, so humble, always watching and understanding others with deep sensitivity. I get the feeling that you even pay attention to the moods of the monsters. Like, oh, this monster is asleep, would it be too mean to wake it up now? You've probably thought that, haven't you? But now, you can wake them up. It's okay. Because you've already reached a masterful level, like level 999. You can now move freely, act on your own terms, and do what you truly desire with confidence and ease. So, if you're currently working on something or preparing to begin a personal project, don't let yourself be consumed by questions like, will people think poorly of me? Will anyone feel bothered by this? Or will this be seen as inappropriate? Set those thoughts aside for now and just do it. Just try doing what you truly want to do. And once you begin, you'll come to realize, oh, I can actually do this. Or this isn't nearly as scary as I imagined. That's exactly what the universe is telling you. And this very moment, when you shift your mindset and decide to take action based on your own will, that is your big event. Sometimes, all it takes is one internal change for everything around you to start moving. You might wonder, if this is really a big event, then why hasn't anything in the external world changed yet? But don't worry. Change is coming, because the Sun card has appeared. And when the sun rises, everything becomes clearer, more vibrant, and the path ahead lights up with positive energy. You've officially entered your transformational phase. The Knight of Swords has also appeared, and this is one of the cards that carries an incredibly fast-moving energy. It signals that your current situation will not remain the same. Things will begin to shift, and momentum is building. I'll look deeper into that soon, but first, let's stay focused on what we've identified as your big event. This very moment, right here, is the turning point. So, let's take a look. When exactly will that big event unfold? And after that, we'll also explore how your environment will change and how your current circumstances will begin to move in a new direction. Now, I'd like to receive more insight to clarify the timing of when your major event will unfold. From what I feel, this big event isn't simply something that happens externally. It's an awakening, an evolution, a profound inner transformation within you. And that is what truly makes it meaningful. The card that appeared is the Nine of Pentacles, a very positive symbol. It suggests that you are fully capable of reaching the ideal version of yourself. Yes, once again, the message confirms that this significant turning point isn't something triggered by external forces. It stems entirely from your own growth and breakthrough. And because of that, this is an incredibly encouraging sign. As for the timing, I don't sense that it will stretch all the way to September. The reason is that this reading clearly speaks about the near future, specifically within the next 3 months. Since we're now approaching the end of June, the primary window being highlighted is from now until around August. Mentioning September would no longer align with the current timeline and energetic framework of the spread, so we can likely set that aside. With that in mind, I wanted to draw another card to gain a more precise number. And once again, the number 9 appeared. But this time, it might not be pointing to the 9th month. It could instead refer to the 9th day of a month, or a moment within the next 9 days or 9 weeks. There's a strong sense that the number 9 carries a special message meant specifically for you. It's very possible that the 9th of an upcoming month will mark a pivotal turning point, a moment when you truly feel an inner release, a renewal of energy, and a transformation within yourself. An interesting detail here is, the number 3 also seems to hint at the number 9, since 3 times 3 equals 9. In fact, every time a card with the number 3 appears, I tend to associate it with the energy of 9. And this time, it's the 3 of Cups, which, in its original imagery, features 3 figures, so the connection to the number 9 feels even clearer and more vivid. That's why it's very possible that the timing of your major event will fall on the 9th, a day that could arrive 9 days from now, or simply the next upcoming 9th. I truly sense a strong message that the number 9 here holds a very specific timing significance for you. It could be a day within the next 3 weeks that includes the number 9, such as the 9th day, or any date containing the digit 9. And if that still doesn't feel quite aligned for you, then another possibility might be the 26th, because as I was doing this reading, it was exactly 3 days away from the 26th. So, in some cases, the May 26th also carry a special meaning for a few of you who are receiving this message. In short, you might want to keep an eye on a few potential dates. The next 9th, any day within the next 3 weeks that includes the number 9, or even the 26th. What matters most is this. At that moment, you will step into a phase of awakening, of inner liberation, and that will mark the major event in your journey. I know it may seem surprisingly soon, especially since I initially asked about events within the next 3 months, yet the message is pointing towards something much closer. But when you look deeper, it makes perfect sense. Because you've already endured a long stretch of hardship and challenge. You've been patient, you've held yourself together for far longer than most people realize. So now, as the rewards begin to appear, as this significant event approaches, even if it comes quickly, it is absolutely something you deserve to receive. Many of you may feel, finally, the moment has arrived. And I truly want to offer my deepest respect to you, because you didn't give up. You held on to your faith and made it all the way here. Yes, from the perspective of this reading, it might seem like this big event is arriving quickly. But for some of you, it may feel like the complete opposite, like it's taken forever to get here. And honestly, that's exactly what makes this moment so meaningful. If you're someone who doesn't want to focus too much on exact dates or numbers, that's perfectly okay. You can set aside the numerical aspects and simply take in the heart of the message. Now, let's take a look at what's coming in the near future, specifically, how your life will begin to shift after this big event occurs. Since the Knight of Swords has shown up, I believe that things will begin to move rather quickly afterward. Still, I wanted to receive a few more details. And then came a series of cards that brought a truly uplifting energy. It looks like you'll begin receiving invitations or offers from others. If your question was related to work, this could come in the form of a collaboration, a project proposal, or a key introduction. What stands out here is the initiative coming from the other side, meaning messages, invitations, and connections will be reaching out to you, not the other way around. You won't have to chase them down. Moreover, it feels like the pace of communication will also pick up significantly. If you're in a relationship where the other person used to take a long time to reply, the coming phase will bring quicker responses. They'll read your messages sooner, reply faster, and the flow of communication will feel smoother and more consistent. This shift in interaction will make you feel respected, connected, and seen. Alongside all this, a new current has begun to emerge. The things that once felt stuck, delayed, or unresolved are now beginning to move. The situations that once left you feeling powerless or incomplete are finally starting to open up. Why is all of this happening? Because of you, because you are entering a state of complete release. You don't have to try to become more free, you will naturally arrive at that place. This isn't a message telling you what you should become, it's a prediction. You are becoming that, and this transformation will automatically initiate a shift in the world around you. When you are free, everything else flows freely. When you relax, everything begins to move with ease. The universe is now guiding you directly into that very stream. The reason why everything around you starts to shift right after a big event like an awakening, a liberation, or an inner evolution is what I want to clarify more deeply in this part. Let's explore some specific examples to help you visualize this better. The next card that appeared is number 33, a special number that echoes many of the earlier signs. This is a card from an oracle deck, but if we translate it into Lenormand symbolism, card number 33 corresponds to the key, a symbol of unlocking, of resolving blocks, of finding the solution to what once felt unsolvable. And this confirms, your inner release is the key, the very force that will untangle what's been stuck and allow everything to begin running more smoothly. Imagine this. You meet someone in the morning and greet them with a cheerful good morning, but if they respond with a tired voice, soft and lacking energy, you immediately sense that something isn't quite right with them today, even though they haven't said a word about it. We often pick up on energy like that, don't we? And the transformation within you works the same way. As you become more free, more released, and lighter in spirit, the new energy you radiate, the aura you emit, naturally spreads into the space around you. You don't need to say anything. Don't need to put on any kind of display, yet people will still feel it. Something about you has shifted. Whether it's in love, in your work, or in your friendships, this change will be noticed. Even if you and the other person don't meet often, even if you only interact through social media, they can still sense the difference. They might think, why do they seem so different lately? Softer, more radiant. That's how energy works, quietly, but powerfully. It's not because you were lacking or flawed in any way before, not at all. It's simply that you're now stepping into a different vibrational state, and that shift makes those around you feel that something is evolving, even if they can't quite name it. They just know, you've changed. And that aura, that energy you're giving off, is what starts to move everything. For example, someone might see how cheerful and full of life you seem lately and think, wow, they seem so positive these days. Maybe I should invite them out. Or someone might grow curious. They've been so active lately. I wonder what's going on in their life. I kind of want to check in. Or another person might think, they look busy, but I still wonder if they have time for me. Maybe I'll send them a message. All of these movements, all of these thoughts, are sparked by the change in energy you're putting out. It's that new energy that nudges people to come closer to you, to open up more, to want to connect. However, this doesn't mean that you lacked charm or uniqueness in the past, not at all. You've always been captivating, always been someone precious and worthy. That was clearly shown when the Emperor card appeared. But back then, you often had to hold back your emotions, force yourself to endure, and hide parts of your true self, and because of that, you sometimes felt exhausted, as though you couldn't fully live as who you really are. Now, all of that is being released. You no longer need to suppress yourself. You're opening up, you're allowing yourself to live authentically, wholeheartedly, and truthfully. And as you open yourself in that gentle, honest way, the energy you radiate also becomes lighter, brighter, and full of life. Even when you're not trying to express anything, even without the intention of drawing anyone in, others will still sense it. They'll gradually be drawn to you, feel curious about you, and want to come closer, whether in love, in work, or in friendship. In other words, you don't have to do anything special or force yourself to act in a particular way. You only need to continue being yourself because you're already flowing in a current where your energy is naturally transforming and radiating outward. And that, in itself, is what begins to shift everything around you. I get the sense that these cards are revealing that very current, the new flow you've entered. And now, let's clarify one thing. After you've watched this reading, what exactly has changed within you? Let the cards answer. And the card drawn is the Six of Pentacles, upright. This card is often associated with balance, with fairness in giving and receiving. But this time, the message isn't about being fair to everyone or maintaining a specific level of reciprocity in each relationship. On the contrary, the card is saying, you don't have to force yourself to do anything at all. You no longer need to constantly think, with this person, I have to act this way, or with that person, I need to behave like that. It's no longer about trying to meet others' expectations or worrying about what people might think. You are now entering a phase where you can truly live the way you want, freer, more instinctive, and more honest with yourself. Even if you feel you're not fully ready yet, not completely aligned with this shift, that's perfectly okay. Because in the very moment you watch this reading, something already began to stir deep within you. What might seem like fleeting feelings are, in fact, the beginning of a new current of energy rising from within. Inside your heart, within your awareness, new seeds of emotion are starting to emerge. Gentle whispers like, I really can live more freely. I have the right to prioritize myself. I don't have to keep pushing myself for others anymore. All of these are awakening quietly but powerfully, like a wave slowly but surely carrying you forward. And that, in itself, is the greatest shift brought by this reading. You are no longer the person you were yesterday. You are stepping into the journey of a version of yourself that is freer, more radiant, and more whole. Of course, this doesn't mean that this reading is amazing or that I'm some kind of exceptional tarot reader, not at all. What truly matters is this: the fact that you watched this reading at this very moment, that this is the moment you connected with it, is what carries the deepest meaning. You are the one who chose to be here, who chose to receive this message, and that alone shows that you are in the right place at the right time, in the right phase of your life. You are the one creating this new flow of transformation for yourself. You are truly incredible. You really are. I'm simply the one who turned the cards for you, who helped convey the messages they brought. I'm not the one who deserves praise, you are. You are the one who should be honored here. And the truth is, your present moment, right here, right now, has already begun to shift. I have a strong sense that you didn't come here seeking advice or direction anymore. You came for confirmation, to validate within yourself that yes, you do understand what's happening. Everything has become clear. It feels as if the universe is saying, all right then, just to make absolutely sure, I'll guide you here for one final check. Like bringing your homework to double-check the answers, when in fact, the answers have already been inside you all along. Because deep down, you already know what truly matters. Within you are the things you genuinely cherish, the real desires of your heart. Even if you've never clearly named them or consciously realized them, they've always been there. And that's why today, you came here to affirm them, to confirm that yes, you are on the right path. You do know what's happening inside your heart. And once that confirmation sets in, you'll begin to see everything around you shift. Because true change doesn't come from outside, it rises from within, from your own awakening. And you have already begun that journey. So, honestly, from the moment you chose to watch this reading, that new current already started to move. And if you're thinking, well, that sounds nice, but I don't feel anything at all, that's completely okay too. Not feeling it right away isn't wrong or bad in any way, because it will still unfold. When the time is right, you'll naturally come to understand, so this is what it was all about. The important thing is, this isn't something you need to force or control. The emotions beginning to form within you aren't something you need to create through willpower or manipulate through logic. You don't need to push yourself to change your mindset, nor pressure yourself to feel anything immediately. Because everything will unfold naturally when your heart and your mind are ready. If right now you haven't quite tuned in yet, if things still feel vague, if your heart hasn't fully stirred, that's completely normal. And if you're already feeling ready, then that's beautiful too. It's like recovering your spirit after a difficult period. Some people bounce back quickly, while others need more time. It all comes down to personality, to individual rhythm, and there's no right or wrong way to go through it. So, whether you're feeling full of fire and excitement, or still a little hazy and uncertain, it's all okay. Whether you're clearly aware that you're ready or still gently listening to your heart, none of that matters too much. Because either way, you are on your journey. You are still moving forward. And even if you aren't fully conscious of it, from somewhere deep within you, that feeling, that inner movement, has already begun to take shape. Maybe you've sensed it vaguely, or maybe not yet, but that energy is rising. You are changing, gently but surely. And that is all you need in order to begin. So now that you've reached the end of this reading, from this moment onward, is there anything you should do or keep in your heart? I pulled a few cards to gain more insight. The first card that appeared is the High Priestess, a symbol of profound depth and quiet emotion. The message here is, you no longer need to be afraid of expressing your feelings. If right now, there is something you wish to say to someone, a message, a confession, a sincere emotion, then you are absolutely free to say it. If you already feel ready, then you may even want to say it right away. There's no need to wait, no need to hold back in fear of whether it will be received or whether you might be rejected. Because what the universe is gently whispering to you now is this: allow your emotions to flow, let your heart reconnect. You've held so much inside, stayed silent for so long, and tried so hard not to trouble anyone. But now, you've entered a new phase, one where you are allowed to live in alignment with the voice of your own heart. And it's the very act of speaking out, that offering of truth, even if it's just a soft, simple word, that can become a turning point in your flow. It doesn't need to be a grand conversation. Sometimes, just a quiet "I miss you," or a heartfelt "I feel this way," is more than enough to shift everything. The High Priestess is also a symbol of inner understanding, of intuition, and trust in your inner guidance. So, if you're not sure what to say, just listen to yourself. Your heart knows very well what's right, what needs to be shared, and what is meant to be kept for yourself. Let yourself lead the way. There's no need for logic to interfere, no need for careful arrangement. All you need is honesty. And that is enough. This doesn't mean you must rush to confess your love or suddenly pour out every emotion you've been carrying. This is not about pressure, nor pushing yourself into a state of tension. What's being emphasized here is this: if there's something in your heart you truly wish to say, something born from sincere emotion, but you hesitate, wondering whether it might make the other person uncomfortable, then gently ask yourself, is this something you truly wish to hold sacred and share? If the answer is yes, if this is something you deeply want to say, something that rises from the core of your heart, then you absolutely can speak it. There is no need to hold back. No need to suppress it. Because what this message is gently affirming is this: you don't have to keep enduring anymore. You don't need to wait for some perfect moment in the distant future. If you feel okay, if you feel ready, then from this very moment, you can begin living with more lightness, no more bracing yourself. And it's not something you must do immediately. Rather, it's a feeling, a quiet sense of ease you can place into your heart. I no longer need to hold everything in. This message isn't here to push you into action. It's not saying you must speak now. Or if you don't say something, you'll miss your chance. No. Because when we hear things like that, it can create pressure, like we're being forced to act before we're truly ready. That's not the case. This is simply a reminder that when you do want to say something, when you feel that natural urge to share, you can. Gently. Naturally. Without overthinking. For instance, if something doesn't sit right with you, it could be as simple as saying, "I'm not very comfortable in situations like this." Or if there's someone you like, instead of pretending to agree or silently enduring discomfort, you might say, "Actually, I quite enjoy that." And it's from these seemingly simple moments, these honest little exchanges, that genuine conversations and deeper connections begin to blossom. You don't have to hide every thought or feeling just to please someone else. On the contrary, what's being encouraged here is this: live more truthfully with yourself. Allow your emotions to come through if you feel okay with it. It's not impulsive. It's not reckless. It's the quiet permission to let yourself breathe freely, to be who you are, and to connect in a sincere, heartfelt way. This reminds me of something a psychology professor once taught me. In a conversation with him, he shared a concept called assertion, a psychological term with a deeply meaningful message. When you suppress what you truly want to say, sooner or later, someone will get hurt. It could be the other person, it could be you, or it could be both. Assertion, the respectful affirmation of self, means you have the courage to express your thoughts and feelings while still honoring the presence and dignity of others. It's not defiance, and it's not imposing your will. It's about respecting your own emotions while also respecting the emotions of the person in front of you. Maybe up until now, you've lived with the belief that as long as you respect others, that's enough. That as long as they feel comfortable, it's okay if you endure a little discomfort. And that's not wrong. I'm not criticizing that at all. In fact, it's a beautiful way to live, an expression of your gentleness and compassion. So yes, that's completely valid. But if you feel ready, if the time has come, then assertion, this way of living truthfully while still being respectful, may be a path that allows you to breathe a little easier and feel a little freer in your relationships. For example, let's say someone tells you they absolutely hate cucumbers, hate them with the passion of a lifelong nemesis, perhaps. You don't have to quickly agree just to keep things pleasant, saying, yeah, I don't really like them either. Instead, you can simply say, oh really? I actually kind of like cucumbers. That's all it takes. A simple, honest statement, no confrontation, no imposition, but still you, speaking from your genuine experience. I know the example might seem a little clumsy and simple, but it's in those everyday details that we reveal how we live truthfully with our emotions while still honoring others. And that is the spirit of assertion. You don't need to change overnight. But if there's a way for you to live a little more gently with yourself, then you deserve to try it. And perhaps, that very honesty will become the bridge that connects you to the people and relationships you've always longed for. I think, maybe you've already lived that way, putting others first, holding back what you wanted to say because you didn't want to trouble or hurt anyone. And that's not wrong. Truly, there is nothing wrong with that. But what the cards are gently expressing right now is this. You are now completely allowed to live more freely, more comfortably. You don't need to brace yourself anymore. You don't need to try so hard anymore. Try being just a little more true to yourself, that's enough. You don't need to do anything grand. Just begin with something small, something within your comfort zone. Just a little is enough for you to feel a breath of fresh air. And I don't say that lightly. It's not just try it for fun. This can truly become a soft, gentle turning point for you. For instance, if there's someone you find really difficult to open up to, you don't need to start with them. You don't have to begin with the hardest truth, directed at the hardest person, right from the start. That's way too much pressure. You don't need to push yourself like that. You could start by speaking to a teddy bear, for example. It might sound childish, but it actually works. Just try it. Actually, I do like cucumbers. I don't really hate them like I said before. That alone is enough. You don't need anyone else to hear it. You just need to give yourself the space to speak. That feeling's so simple, but so relieving. Or if you're carrying something in your heart that you long to say to someone but still can't, you can start by saying it to yourself in the mirror or to an imagined figure. Hey, the truth is, I've been feeling this way for a long time now, just to help yourself loosen up, to let the habit of expression begin to form. You don't need to deliver it to the right person right away. Truly, what matters isn't whether you said it to the right person. What matters is that you dared to say it at all. That is the first step toward the inner freedom the cards are guiding you toward. And slowly, you'll start to feel, I can do this. I can be myself. Even if you haven't yet spoken to a real person, just the feeling of being honest with your emotions is enough to trigger a shift within. There's no need to force it, no need to mentally manipulate or hypnotize yourself. It's simply about forming a small habit, a healthy reflex. And when you do it gently and naturally over and over, then when the time comes for you to speak something truly important, it will flow out on its own, smoothly, without tightness or strain. For instance, when you say something seemingly simple like, actually, I do like cucumbers, you might not think much of it, but that very act is a reflection of you living truthfully with yourself. And gradually, you'll find yourself able to say anything, even the smallest things, naturally, at the moment you want to, in the way that feels right to you. That's what will bring you closer to a state of inner freedom, a place where you no longer fear expressing yourself, where you can share what you genuinely wish to say with the people you wish to share it with. I think I've shared something similar with you before, but today it's being emphasized in a much more specific way. If expressing yourself to someone feels overwhelming, then begin with something easier. Like a teddy bear. You can say, hey, my dear teddy, listen to me. I've actually been thinking this for a long time now. Just like that, simple, easy. No one needs to really listen. You don't need any response. It's just for you to gently get used to the feeling of being able to express yourself. It doesn't matter which teddy bear, what kind of figure, or even if it's just a pillow. The important thing is that you're allowing yourself to practice expressing. You're planting a seed. I can say what I think. And from there, the things you once thought were too hard to say, one day, they'll come out as naturally as breathing. So you don't need to pressure yourself like, I have to tell that person now, or I'll never be able to change. That's not how it works. You don't have to immediately face the person who makes you feel uncomfortable. That's exhausting. That's heavy. And you don't need to carry any more burdens. Just begin with something simple, gentle, in your own safe space. And then you'll start to feel the fear around speaking up doesn't have power over you anymore. You're unlocking yourself, bit by bit, but steadily. You no longer need to brace yourself to live under the pressure of having to do, having to try, having to push. You're already beginning to step away from that. Truly. Of course, if you still want to keep trying in that way, that's perfectly okay too. But the key is, you don't have to force yourself to believe that you must keep pushing. Because honestly, wouldn't it be nicer to take a softer, more comfortable path? We so often push ourselves to the point of exhaustion. But why not choose to live a little more gently? What's wrong with ease? What's so bad about it? Once upon a time, people washed clothes in rivers. Now we have washing machines. Back then, there were no smartphones. Now, almost everyone has one. Life is gradually becoming more convenient, so why not allow ourselves to enjoy it? There's nothing to be ashamed of in that. I believe that this is already good enough. That's why you can absolutely allow yourself to live more comfortably, to open up to gentleness. You don't have to brace yourself or push so hard just to be accepted or to feel worthy. Let yourself live with ease. Move gently through life. Let's live more lightly together. That, in itself, is perfectly okay. Of course, if you're someone who genuinely enjoys striving, who feels energized and inspired by the thrill of pursuing something, then that's wonderful. Keep doing what you love, because it brings you life. No one is stopping you from that. But for those of you who no longer want to keep trying so hard, who feel like you must push yourself, must do better, must fulfill your duties even when you're under immense pressure, please understand, you don't have to do that. You don't have to push yourself that far. Let yourself live in alignment with your true feelings. When you feel motivated, go all in. But when you're tired, when it's all too much, it's perfectly okay to admit that too. That alone is already enough. You don't have to overextend yourself. If you want to try hard, feel free to go for it. But if you don't, that's okay too. You're allowed to live in the way that feels right for you, freely and gently. After all, we only get one life, so live it in the way that feels most beautiful to you. Live in a way that's true to who you really are. Of course, I understand that not everyone can instantly feel at ease or carefree. For those of you who feel that kind of life still feels out of reach, remember what the message from the angels in the previous reading said. You can begin simply by identifying what matters most to you right now. Start with that in a way that doesn't feel too heavy or overwhelming for you. Just a little bit each day is more than enough. I truly feel that this is the most important message for you at this moment. For those of you who chose pile number 2, I know you've been trying so hard, have had so many worries, and gone through countless moments of confusion. But now, it's okay. You are gradually stepping into a lighter phase of your life. Things are going to get better. It's all right. Everything will be okay. In life, we often hear the phrase pretending to be gentle like a cat, not in a negative sense, but more as a way we try to adjust ourselves to fit in with others, to maintain relationships, to avoid hurting anyone. It's not deception, it's a kind of gentle adaptation, a way of blending in, living softly so as not to stir up conflict. But I feel that you've done this quite a lot recently, and it has drained a significant amount of your energy. So now, you are completely allowed to slowly take off that mask. Return to yourself, and allow yourself to live in a way that genuinely feels comfortable. That is the kind of lightness that is truly meant for you. This mask I mentioned, the cat mask, isn't about trying to please or manipulate anyone. It's about how you've tried to adjust yourself to harmonize with those around you. Perhaps you've had to hide your true self many times, to hold back emotions you long to express, and instead, you wore a mask, not to deceive, but to preserve peace, to protect your connections, to keep everything running smoothly. That mask is like a thin veil, delicate, but in reality, it's left you feeling so weary. Maybe you've thought to yourself, if I just try a little harder, things will be okay. But the truth is, it's taken a greater toll on your energy than you realized. You've already been trying so hard, and I want to genuinely recognize and honor that effort. And now, you're finally sitting down. Before this, you were always in a standing position, always ready to respond, always needing to stay strong through countless situations. But now, you're allowed to sit down. I didn't plan this. When preparing the reading, I hadn't noticed how clearly the next card would depict it, but this image of you sitting caught me off guard. It made me realize, you've stepped into a different phase. To sit down means you no longer have to hold yourself together so tightly. You can relax more, slow down. When you're tired, you're allowed to say you're tired. When you no longer feel like trying, you can acknowledge that without guilt. Sometimes, you don't even need to say things that have been carefully polished, just to sound pleasing to others. You only need to speak what's truly in your heart. That alone, simple and sincere, is more than enough. You've come a long way, and now you deserve to rest, to feel at ease, and to live more authentically than ever before. Everything will still be okay. No matter what state you're in right now, it's all right. That's what this reading keeps affirming. So, if today, you still feel the need to shield yourself, to keep that veil on, that's perfectly okay too. You are entirely allowed to feel that way. But just remember, you've already sat down now. You no longer have to brace yourself and remain upright in every situation like before. You're allowing yourself to rest. And that is a beautiful thing. You're okay. Truly okay. That's why I believe this is one of the core messages that today's reading is bringing to you, that you are on a journey of becoming gentler with yourself. The final card, Strength, is the perfect closing message for this entire reading. Everything you've ever been, everything you've ever worn or carried, none of it was wrong. You were never wrong. Every part of that journey has been precious, and it has shaped who you are today. You don't need to reject the past, and you don't need to abandon your former self. You, in your gentleness, in your patience, even in the moments when you hid your emotions, you are a sacred part of this life's path. And every part of you, every version of you, is worthy of love. So I hope you receive today's message as an affirmation, that you are always right to choose the path that made you feel safest. And now, you can continue your life more fully, not by rejecting any part of yourself, but by living wholeheartedly, with love for who you are. I will end the reading for those who chose pile 2 here. If you enjoyed this content, don't forget to click like and subscribe to support my channel. Your encouragement is a powerful source of motivation for me to continue offering meaningful readings. If something in today's message touched your heart, please leave a comment, or even just a small symbol, to let me know that it resonated with you. I truly cherish every response and look forward to hearing your thoughts. Thank you for staying with me until the end of this video. See you again in the next readings. Hello to those of you who chose pile 3. Thank you for your patience. Now, I'll begin the reading for everyone who selected the 3rd pile. I hope this reading brings you healing, new insights, and moments filled with love and understanding. Let's begin the reading for the theme, the major event that will happen in the next 3 months. A card has just appeared, and it's wonderful. The final outcome card carries the message, always stay positive. This is a beautiful and encouraging sign. Now, let's dive into the details. First of all, I want to say this. It seems like many of you who chose this pile may be feeling quite exhausted, right? At the final position of the spread, there's a reversed card with the message, say clearly what you want. I'll analyze that in more depth in a moment, but the card that caught my attention first is the recovery card. This one reflects your overall current state. Whether you're watching this reading to ask about a particular person or about your surrounding environment, the main energy I'm picking up comes from you, not from others. You may be truly exhausted. It doesn't seem to be physical fatigue, but more of an emotional and mental weariness. It feels like you've been thinking far too much, overanalyzing for a long time, asking yourself so many questions that you no longer know what's true. Perhaps you're in a phase where even you aren't sure anymore. Am I on the right path? Is there something wrong with me? Should I keep going or should I stop? All of that has created a kind of inner exhaustion, and that's the most prominent energy I sense when I look at this spread. As I mentioned, the cards say clearly what you want appeared in reverse, and it's specifically directed at you. This suggests that maybe you haven't truly voiced what you desire, or perhaps you yourself aren't entirely sure what it is that you really want. It's not just about being unable to communicate clearly with others. More profoundly, it's about the fact that you yourself haven't fully identified what your heart is truly searching for. You might be feeling uncertain. What is it that I truly long for? Who do I want to become? What is my real purpose? Even if your question is about love, the real inquiry might be, what direction do I truly want this relationship to go in? Where do I hope to go with this person? Or what am I truly seeking in a life partner? These thoughts seem to be guiding you to a kind of pause, a moment where you are being called to look back at your entire journey and ask the kinds of questions that define the course of your life. These are no longer fleeting concerns, but deep contemplations about the meaning and direction of your existence. Those who chose this pile appear to be thinking deeply about their future. How do I really want to live from now on? What path do I want to walk? You might also feel that you're unable to express what you want to say, but going deeper, perhaps it's because you haven't yet discovered what it is you truly want to express, what you long for, what you wish to share with the world. Questions like what matters most to me? What am I searching for? What do I want to express outwardly in life? These are the very themes that are strongly present in your energy right now. The Yes card appeared in the past position, but in reverse. The moment I saw this, what I strongly sensed was an issue related to self-worth and the affirmation of your own value. Of course, not everyone needs a high sense of self-esteem to live happily. It's not a mandatory standard for life. However, in your case, it seems you're yearning for a certain sense of certainty, something that allows you to trust in yourself, to feel that, I'm okay, I can keep going, I don't need to worry so much anymore. For example, in love, you might be thinking, if only I were sure that there's a stable connection between me and this person, I wouldn't be so anxious all the time. Or, if I could clearly see that I have value, that I'm attractive, then even if I don't have a partner or haven't married yet, I could still feel at peace. You may be searching for a form of reassurance, something that gives you the steady confidence to say, I have this, so everything will be all right. Some people find that confidence through knowing they share a special bond with someone. Others find it through their own abilities, talents, or accomplishments. Regardless of the form it takes, you are hoping to gain a sense of solid ground, so you can stop doubting yourself and move forward with greater strength. Looking at the environment around you, it seems that the people or situations you're involved with may be clouded by gloom. Perhaps those around you are in a negative emotional state or tend to see things through a pessimistic lens. It could be your person or your overall environment, your workplace, your living space, your current relationships. The general atmosphere feels heavy, and because of that, even though you may be trying to stay positive, the surrounding negativity has been pulling you down. You may be someone who is highly sensitive to other people's emotions, someone who easily absorbs the energy of those around you. So no matter how hard you try to maintain a positive outlook, when the people next to you are in a low vibration, you're likely to feel drained, fatigued, and disconnected from the enthusiasm that is naturally yours. So even though you've been doing your best to stay optimistic, to lift yourself up and move forward, if the other person or someone around you suddenly says something like, I just don't have the energy today, or expresses tired or low energy, you immediately begin to worry, is something wrong? And your own mood easily dips with theirs. You seem to be someone who is deeply sensitive to the energy of others. You absorb emotions from your surroundings quite easily, especially when people are sad or emotionally unsettled. That said, I still feel that you are the one who is more tired than anyone else, even more than the person you're thinking of, or the people around you. You may have been overthinking, dwelling on things for far too long, and that's what's pushed you into the state of emotional exhaustion. Then, in the guidance section of the reading, the card Don't Miss the Signs appeared, but in reverse. This means you've already been sent a sign. The message here isn't pay attention to the signs. It's the sign has come, now you need to recognize it. At the same time, the final outcome card of the spread still carries the message stay positive, so we can understand this as something uplifting is approaching, something good is waiting for you ahead. The universe is sending you little signals, subtle but meaningful, and you are being asked to listen. However, I also understand that if you're currently in a state of recovery, hearing someone say stay positive might sound hollow, even hard to accept. If you're feeling truly drained right now, then even if someone brought you a beautiful bouquet of fresh flowers, you might just want to sigh and say, I don't have the energy to receive this. But the important thing is this: the signs have already appeared. You don't need to search far and wide, they're right around you. And perhaps you've already sensed them to some extent, but haven't yet dared to believe, or haven't been ready to acknowledge them. That's why I'll be drawing a few more cards from the Journey deck to explore this reading more deeply, especially the aspects related to the near future, and to better understand what positive development is coming your way, and how you can connect with it more easily. I feel called to draw one more card to clarify your current energy, and immediately, the card that represents you appeared, affirming even more clearly that you are in a phase of deep inner confrontation. It seems you've been spending a lot of time reflecting inward, asking yourself, is my life okay the way it is? Am I truly on the right path? Whether you're male or female, the energy present here is of someone who is sincerely and deeply facing themselves with honesty and courage. I also wanted to draw another card for the recovery area, and the card that came up is the Eight of Pentacles, a card that symbolizes dedication and intense focus. This made it clear to me that you're not someone who's given up on everything. On the contrary, you're someone who's poured immense effort into something, whether it's your work, a relationship, or your personal growth journey. You've thought things through, tried one approach after another, and kept going without pause. And that is exactly why you're tired. You're not tired because you've been idle. You're tired because you've given your full heart and mind to something for a very long time. What I'm sensing here is not a feeling of giving up, but rather the exhaustion that follows a long period of relentless effort. It's as though you've been pushing yourself to the limit, with sincerity, with seriousness, but now, you're beginning to feel overwhelmed, worn out, and in need of a break. And that feeling is something that truly deserves to be understood and honored. Next, I drew a card for the area related to your external environment. The card that appeared is the Nine of Swords in reverse. This confirms what was already sensed earlier, that the people around you, or the person you're thinking about, are currently in a state of emotional or mental instability. They may be stuck in cycles of worry, negative thinking, or simply lacking the kind of positive energy needed to embrace something new. Perhaps you've suggested things like, why don't we try it this way? Or let's take a different approach, only to be met with skepticism or dismissive responses such as, that won't work, or nothing's going to change anyway. It feels like you might be living or working in an environment where your hopeful ideas and positive intentions are constantly being deflected by the heaviness of others' moods. And this, understandably, is draining you even further, because no matter how much you try, the energy around you doesn't seem to support or uplift you. In fact, it may be pulling you down. The overall picture at this point shows that you are someone who has put in immense effort, both emotionally and through action, yet you're having to navigate within an environment that offers little in return. The exhaustion you're experiencing is therefore completely valid and worthy of compassion. Even though you've tried so hard to stay positive and keep moving forward, it seems the other person, or the people around you, haven't provided any clear response. And that has left you in a state of confusion, wondering, then what should I do now? Many of you in this pile may have found yourselves struggling with others, especially those who are unpredictable, difficult to please, or emotionally inconsistent. You may be in a relationship or environment where the other person lacks emotional stability, which constantly forces you to adjust yourself. This kind of dynamic consumes a great deal of your energy. The Five of Wands also appeared, a symbol of minor conflicts, clashes in opinions, or general disharmony. It suggests that you may be interacting with people whose moods fluctuate unpredictably, coworkers, family members, or perhaps the very person you're thinking about. There's also a strong possibility that the people around you tend to react negatively to new ideas. When you suggest, why don't we try it this way? They might immediately counter with, but what if it fails? Or I don't think that's going to work. These kinds of dismissive reactions are disheartening, and they may even cause you to doubt yourself. You are someone with good intentions, you want to bring about something positive, you're trying to move in a better direction. But if the other side remains uncooperative or refuses to move at all, there's little you can do besides feel stuck. This gives me a very clear impression that you've endured a great deal of internal conflict, especially those middle ground struggles where nothing is fully broken, but there is also no clear sense of alignment or support. That's exactly why, in this case, I feel compelled to look directly at the near future, because I sense many of you are in a place of thinking, I've endured so much already. Is there any real change coming ahead? When I pulled a card from the Clear Tarot deck, the card that appeared was the Two of Pentacles. This is a very promising sign. It indicates that despite dealing with difficult people or complicated circumstances, you are gradually learning how to navigate more skillfully. You are no longer as easily swept away by others' emotions as before. You're becoming more adaptable, more composed, and increasingly able to find balance amid conflicting situations. So, even if you're currently surrounded by people or conditions that feel draining, the near future will be a time when you learn to handle them with greater grace, without getting caught in others' emotional storms. You'll know what to hold on to and what to release. You'll begin to feel lighter, not necessarily because the outside world has changed immediately, but because you've cultivated the inner strength to stay grounded in yourself. However, I still felt things were a bit abstract, so I decided to draw a few more cards to gain deeper insight. And quite unexpectedly, an image of a gentleman appeared. It seems that some of you are asking about a specific person. In fact, the energy from this reading now feels very clear. The core of this situation is about people. This isn't just about abstract themes or internal emotions, it's about specific individuals. You may be dealing with multiple concerns at once. For example, your work may be chaotic, filled with complicated colleagues, or within your family, you may be caring for children or loved ones, all while maintaining relationships with superiors, coworkers, or business partners. Situations like, I'm chasing my dream, but I have to work under management, or I'm doing creative work, but relying on a difficult middleman or partner. This is exactly the kind of energy present in your reading right now. Whether your question is about work, personal projects, or romantic relationships, the reading shows clearly you are in a situation where people, the involvement of other individuals, are making things more difficult. You may want to move forward, but you're being held back by unavoidable entanglements. And because of that, I feel called to ask something very specific. What can help you feel less suffocated in this current situation? The outcome in the near future indicates that you will gradually learn how to manage things more skillfully, especially when dealing with difficult people around you. However, to be completely honest, that message still feels a little too gentle. When it comes to human-centered situations, especially those involving bonds or obligations that cannot be resolved unilaterally, hearing you'll be okay may not be entirely convincing. Because in reality, there are things that cannot be changed by effort from just one side. It's like trying to stop running water. If it's coming from a faucet, you can simply turn the valve, because that's something within your control. But if you're trying to change someone's attitude or behavior, that's completely beyond your power. You can offer guidance, encouragement, and inspiration, but ultimately, only that person can choose to change. That's why, when you hear advice like you'll be able to handle it, it may not feel strong or genuine enough to actually empower you. It's not quite enough. That's why I felt the need to draw more cards, to clarify and reinforce the message, especially to better understand what you need and what you can do to move forward without feeling like you're fighting alone in a world full of people unwilling to change. There's still something in this reading that feels like it's waiting to be revealed, so I continued to draw. And then, a very special card appeared, one that carries a deeply moving image, almost like the presence of someone who comes to support and guide. This card holds the energy of someone you can trust, someone you can lean on. The reading is sending a message. You are absolutely allowed to seek out someone to talk to, someone to ask for help. If there's someone in your life whom you trust, whether it's a close friend, a family member, a teacher, or a kind colleague, don't hesitate to reach out. Even just one heartfelt conversation, a moment of genuine listening, could already help ease the weight you've been carrying. And if you feel like there's no one you can talk to, this reading gently encourages you to seek out professional sources of support, such as therapists, counselors, or someone with wisdom, stability, and the capacity for deep listening. I sense the image of a teacher, a guide, someone who has walked difficult paths and can help you see yourself more clearly. It's possible that you've been carrying too much inside for far too long, trying to face everything alone. But now, this card is telling you, you don't have to do it all on your own anymore. Try to open up, even just a little, and speak out a small part of what's been weighing on your heart, whether to someone you trust or to a professional who can truly listen without judgment. Even if you don't have anyone specific to talk to right now, don't hesitate to let it all out. Allow yourself to break down if you need to. The Eight of Wands has appeared, a sign that the energy within you is building up, and releasing it will be an essential step toward relief. If there's no one to talk to, scream into a pillow, sing at the top of your lungs in a karaoke room, Write in a journal and tear the pages up, or simply let yourself go wild at home. Anything that helps you release the weight you've been holding inside for too long. Healing doesn't have to begin with some grand gesture. Sometimes, it just takes a deep breath, the courage to speak a truth you've been hiding, or the willingness to admit, "I'm tired." That alone is enough to begin again. And that is exactly the message this reading wants to offer you right now. If you're already doing any of the things mentioned above, simply recognizing that is already a step forward. You don't need to overhaul your entire life or push yourself to the edge. Be gentle with yourself. If you've always tried to push through using the same old method, then this time, try something different, even if it's just a small shift. The message here is, honor your recovery. Don't skip over it. Don't ignore the feeling that you've reached your limit. Of course, if the idea of recovery itself starts to feel like yet another pressure that exhausts you even more, then that's okay too. You only need to think of it simply, maybe I should try doing something to ease this heaviness in my heart. And that, on its own, is enough. There's no need to rush into healing, no need to be strong right away. Let everything come naturally. Within this reading, two key themes stand out: emotional release and finding someone to share with. It could mean reaching out to a professional, a therapist, or a trusted friend to open your heart to. And if you feel there's no one to talk to, that's okay as well. Learning to process your own emotions or releasing them through some form, crying, screaming, journaling, singing out loud are all powerful ways to soothe your inner self. I drew another card to see what would happen if you truly allowed yourself to release these emotions or to share them with someone. The result was the Chariot. This is an incredibly positive card. It reveals that if you can let go even just part of the emotional weight you've been carrying for so long, or if you can find someone to trust and open up to, then everything will begin to flow more smoothly. The road ahead will open up. The blocked energy will begin to move again, and you will step forward with greater momentum. This also means that the pressure from your relationships with a partner, coworkers, or family has indeed created a heavy burden within you. Perhaps you've been holding back for far too long. Maybe you've told yourself, "I can handle it," but deep down, it's already gone beyond your limit. For some of you, it may have reached the point where you've silently screamed inside, "I can't take this anymore." This reading doesn't ask you to become strong all at once. It simply says, be gentle with yourself, and if you can, find a way to release what's been building up. Because the moment you do, the energy will begin to shift. You will feel lighter and stronger as you move forward on your path. This reading clearly shows that you will feel genuine relief once you release the pressure you've been carrying. If you feel ready, you absolutely can share what's been weighing you down, even something as simple as leaving a comment on a video. Of course, I'm not saying this to encourage interaction or to gather comments. You don't have to post on my video specifically, you can choose any space that feels safe to you. It could be a private message, a heartfelt note shared somewhere quiet, or any platform where you feel free to breathe without worrying about who's counting your interactions. If sharing in a public space doesn't feel right, then maybe send a private message or leave a short reply on a post somewhere, a place where no one is watching or expecting anything of you. And if you truly feel like there's no one left to talk to, no place left to turn, you can speak to me. Let it all out if you feel like you can. I'm always here to listen. For those of you who genuinely feel alone right now, with no one to lean on, no one to confide in, try to open your heart just a little. If you can't put it into words, then release it in whatever way feels natural. Because this isn't just something you should do, it's something that could truly shift the current flow of your life. The Chariot appeared upright, a clear, strong, and powerful sign of forward movement. The moment you can loosen even one emotional knot, so many other aspects of your life will begin to flow more easily. Once the tension eases, you'll find it much easier to make decisions, to take action, and to live more in alignment with what your heart truly wants. For example, if you're struggling in love, then releasing this pressure may help you see your true emotions more clearly and make it easier to build a meaningful connection with the other person. On the other hand, if your worries lie in work or personal goals, then emotional release can help restore your focus and bring back the energy you need to move forward. In short, just by freeing yourself from this one weight of exhaustion, many other doors in your life will naturally begin to open, with ease, with flow, and with a renewed sense of vitality. If something in this reading resonates with you, take a moment to consider whether it might support you in some way, gently, and in a way that feels right for you. Based on everything that has come through so far, I'll continue to clarify the developments coming in the near future. The cards have shown that you are fully capable of learning how to handle your current situation with more lightness and flexibility. But the important question is, what will actually change? And how will you change? The answer is this: you will find it easier to express what you truly think and feel. The things that once felt difficult to say, the thoughts you held back, the emotions you struggled to put into words, you will now begin to express more naturally, within an environment that feels safer and more receptive. The pressure that has been weighing you down, perhaps due to certain relationships or ongoing tension with someone, will begin to dissolve. There is a strong indication here that your challenges are tied to interpersonal dynamics, to the way you interact with others. But if your situation feels different from what is being described here, you're absolutely free to apply the message in a way that fits your own experience. For those of you currently facing conflict or friction with someone, this reading shows that an opportunity will arise for both of you to have an honest, open conversation. The tension, whether caused by misunderstanding, past hurt, or disagreement, will gradually begin to ease. And this won't just be about talking, but about genuinely meeting each other in your emotions and intentions. If you're asking about a specific person, I can clearly feel that this individual has also been thinking deeply. They are not comfortable with how things currently stand. They want to improve the relationship, but don't know where to begin. The cards show a sense of confusion, a feeling of wanting to make things better, but not knowing how to take the first step. Interestingly, it seems that both of you may be carrying very similar feelings. Perhaps both of you feel insecure. Both of you may fear being misunderstood. Both of you may long for deeper understanding, but don't know how to express it. And this is exactly why, in the near future, an opportunity for a sincere, heartfelt meeting will arise. Even if you're not asking about a particular person, the energetic flow is still moving toward reconciliation and harmony in your connections, whether with colleagues, family members, or loved ones. The reading is saying that your environment will gradually shift in a way that makes it easier for you to connect, to understand, and to bridge the differences between yourself and others. Now I will draw one more card to ask, when will this turning point in the near future take place? This will be the time when you begin to sense a real shift in energy, in emotion, and in your connections. Let's see when this transformation is set to unfold. When asking about the timing of these positive changes in the near future, the reading reveals that they are aligned with the month of June. If you're watching this at a different time of the year, take it as a sign that these changes will arrive in the next month from your present moment. A very powerful message that comes through again is equality. You will be stepping out of situations where you have constantly had to endure, where you've been placed in a lower position, or have felt you are not being treated fairly. The reading shows that you are entering a period where balance is restored, where your voice is heard, and you are treated as an equal. If you've been in an environment where you had to suppress yourself, sacrifice your needs, or where your contributions were unrecognized, now the current is shifting to bring you into a space where fairness becomes tangible. Cards like the Two of Pentacles and even the earlier image of the Whip highlighted imbalances and inner tension, and now those dynamics are being recalibrated. This means that if you're in an organization, a group, or a relationship where equality has been lacking, then beginning in June or next month, you will have the opportunity to assert your worth or to receive the recognition that was previously denied to you. It will no longer be a situation where you must carry the weight alone or quietly endure. You will be placed where you truly belong. This isn't only about external changes, it's also about your inner sense of being valued. You'll begin to feel, finally, I'm being treated fairly. Finally, I'm no longer the one who always has to stand in the weaker position. And from that place, your self-respect and sense of worth will naturally grow stronger, not from force or pressure, but from genuine acknowledgement. Earlier, we spoke about self-worth, but now I feel clearly that the issue is not simply whether you're confident enough. It goes deeper than that. You've been placed in situations where your sense of self-worth has been compromised. Perhaps you were underestimated, not truly heard, or denied the recognition you deserved. And that is why this reading is guiding you toward a completely new current, one where you are received with sincerity and treated as an equal. Whether in love, in work, or in the dreams you're pursuing, the story is no longer about who gets favored and who is left behind. It's about the feeling, you and I stand on the same ground. I have the right to be myself. I deserve to be treated with fairness. And it is precisely this shift that opens a new chapter, one where you can walk forward with steady steps, a heart that is healing, and a renewed sense of belief in yourself. Earlier, I may have spoken with a bit of caution, suggesting that this transformation might happen. But now, I want to say it clearly, it will happen. As a reader, I usually refrain from making absolute statements. But in this case, the reading is incredibly clear. This positive shift is coming. I genuinely believe that you are stepping into a phase of transformation, just as described. This is part of the near future picture meant for you. And to deepen that understanding, I pulled another card, the King of Pentacles in reverse. This card carries a profound message. I sense that yes, you are someone who has accumulated a great deal of value in knowledge, in experience, in inner strength. You are someone with depth, with foundation, with real resilience. But due to your circumstances, perhaps your living environment, your relationships, or someone who consistently invalidated you, you began to doubt yourself. Perhaps you've asked yourself, am I really good enough? Do I even have the right to speak up? Should I say this? Or worse, maybe I'm not as valuable as I thought. These questions didn't arise from your true self, but from the way you were treated, from environments that didn't nurture you, from relationships that didn't help you grow, from words, gestures, or silences that slowly made you retreat. But none of that means you were wrong or lacking. This reading speaks clearly. You are someone of deep value. In truth, every human being holds inherent worth simply by existing. No one has the authority to determine another's value. You don't need anyone's judgment to prove you deserve to be here. You already are, and always have been, deserving. And if you've ever felt small, if you've ever shrunk yourself in someone's presence, if you've ever stayed silent out of fear of being dismissed, this reading is leading you toward a new chapter, where you will stand tall in your full, authentic worth. You will begin to speak your mind, to share your feelings, and you will be heard, because you've finally begun to see yourself with more fairness, more compassion. And from that, you will naturally begin to attract healthy connections, supportive environments, ones that respect and honor you for who you truly are. This doesn't apply only to humans. All living beings have inherent value. The worth of a life is not something to be measured, compared, or judged. So as you enter this new phase, it's not about proving who is more worthy. It's about realizing something much deeper. You have always held value, simply because you exist in this world. This isn't just about feeling needed. It's a deeper awakening, a recognition that your worth doesn't depend on being validated by others. You'll come to understand that a person's value does not come from praise, from recognition, or from whether others treat them fairly or unfairly. It is precisely through the experience of being treated fairly or being restored to your rightful place that this core truth within you will become illuminated. It will allow you to say to yourself, "That's right. I don't need anyone to validate my worth. The fact that I'm still here, still showing up every day, that alone is something extraordinary." Whatever brought you to this reading, whether it's love, work, family, or even if there's no specific issue at all, the deeper theme that's surfacing for you right now is self-worth. Not the kind measured by how others treat you. Not the kind based on what you give in order to be loved. Not the kind built from achievements or external approval. But this: you are valuable simply because you exist. You are someone who is alive, someone who continues to walk forward, day by day, in a world that can be deeply challenging. And that alone is a powerful, beautiful testament to your strength and worth. Perhaps you've been in an environment that made you question yourself. Perhaps someone made you feel small, inadequate, or unworthy. Or perhaps the very person you care about is the one whose behavior slowly caused you to lose confidence in yourself. But none of that defines the truth of who you are. And now, this reading is guiding you into a phase where you'll look back at all of that with a renewed heart, the heart of someone who finally understands, I don't need anyone's permission to live in alignment with my own worth. You will step beyond the invisible limits that once held you back, and you will be free, powerful, and radiant. As for the other person, or the people around you in the past, why did they behave that way? Why did their reactions or choices create situations where you felt unseen, unheard, or unfairly treated? Here, I want to explore with you the deeper reasons behind those dynamics, whether they came from that specific person or from the environment you were in. I pulled a card from the Namaz deck to seek that answer. And the card that appeared is the Empress. Truly striking. This reveals that you are someone incredibly special, someone with magnetic presence and radiant energy, a true empress in every sense of the word. Honestly, I don't intend to speak ill of the people around you, but if I must be truthful, it's possible they simply lack the generosity of spirit to behave appropriately. I don't want to use harsh words, but it feels like if I keep going, I might say something I'll regret, so I'll stop myself here. What truly matters is this. The things that happened weren't necessarily because they meant to hurt you, but because you are simply too captivating, too exceptional. If this is a story related to love, then it may be that the person felt insecure, felt overshadowed by you, because you shine so brightly, so naturally, that it made them feel small. And unable to face those emotions honestly, they may have acted out in confusing ways or said things that made no sense. The Empress card speaks loudly and clearly. You are truly someone of immense worth. This is not just flattery, this is the real energy you emit. Whether you're male or female, you carry an aura of maturity, depth, and undeniable allure. If this is about work, I see two possible scenarios, depending on the specific environment. For instance, if the feedback comes from clients, it may not be that you did poorly. In fact, it may be the opposite. You did too well. It could be that your level of professionalism, your standout performance, unintentionally triggered discomfort in others, leading them to react negatively without good reason. In short, your energy is strong and magnetic, and for that reason, you may attract both admiration and jealousy. The unfair treatment you experienced might not be a reflection of your shortcomings, but rather the result of you shining too brightly in an environment that wasn't quite ready to receive your light. If the behavior wasn't merely a subtle reminder, but was clearly aggressive, then frankly, I believe it was simply jealousy. Something like, "I used to be so into you and now you're popular?" Or, "Wow, you're looking stunning these days," comments that sound like they come from someone who can no longer have you all to themselves and is reacting out of that frustration. Or, if we look at it from a professional or business angle, it could also be a case where someone deliberately speaks in vague, ambiguous ways to create misunderstandings, even though they clearly know that the situation holds potential for positive development. The cards indicate that beneath the surface of the situation lies a current of positive possibilities. It's not necessarily that they dislike you or wish to punish you. Rather, for example, they might not want you to leave for another company, so they say things like, "Only our company offers these kinds of conditions," as a subtle form of manipulation to keep you around. Of course, that kind of behavior is not acceptable. You would be entirely justified in calling it out and saying, "What on earth are they talking about?" But what I want to highlight is that their behavior doesn't stem from hatred, but from sheer selfishness. Or, if you happen to be in a toxic work environment, it may be that your excellence is the very reason for the imbalance. Because you're so capable, they rely on you excessively, pushing responsibilities onto you and expecting you to constantly fix everything, so much so that you need time to recover. But even in that case, it's not always a conscious, malicious intent like, "Let's make this person suffer" or "Let's crush them." It's simply that you're so confident, and they've gotten used to leaning on you. The energy in this reading reveals that you are someone not only deeply attractive, but also exceptionally skilled. And with the appearance of the Empress card, it speaks to your maturity, your capacity for compassion, and your radiant inner presence. That's exactly why situations like these, where others treat you unfairly or put you in uncomfortable positions, can occur. Because you stand out so strongly, you may unintentionally make those around you feel small, and their reactions reflect that insecurity. What happened, in truth, stemmed from a lack of maturity and emotional depth on the part of the other person or the people around you. If they were individuals of the same caliber as you, with an equally strong and evolved inner world, these issues likely wouldn't have occurred. I understand that saying this might make some people uncomfortable, but the cards are very clear. To some extent, the emotional development or level of awareness of those around you is still limited. It's also possible that the person you're thinking about specifically wasn't mature enough at the time to handle things gracefully. This doesn't mean the relationship is over or that there's no hope. On the contrary, the cards suggest there may be positive changes ahead, but the truth remains. In the past, they simply weren't equipped to manage the situation with sensitivity. This is absolutely not because of anything you did wrong. In fact, it's the opposite. You are an extraordinary person, with qualities that are truly admirable. And because you shine so brightly, these difficult or uncomfortable situations unfolded. Still, the fault isn't yours. The core of the issue lies in the fact that the people around you lacked the capacity, the openness, to receive and respond to that light. I'm genuinely sorry to say this, because I'm not someone who enjoys criticizing others, but I must be honest about what the cards are showing. It's clear that the people around you, whether they're coworkers, romantic partners, or clients, often lacked the generosity to respond without jealousy and the depth to truly understand you. And because they couldn't match your brilliance, they responded in distorted ways, with envy, passive aggression, silence, or inappropriate remarks. If this took place in a work setting, then perhaps they resorted to indirect communication, lacking honesty and sincerity, using overly corporate or evasive language, when what was really needed was a simple, human conversation. Perhaps they leaned on you too heavily, depended too much on your confidence, and instead of showing gratitude, their words came out as demands, attempts to dominate, or subtle forms of manipulation. None of this is your fault. On the contrary, it's because you are so kind, so radiant, that you may have unintentionally stirred a sense of insecurity in those who were not yet emotionally steady, and they responded in ways that were less than graceful. But none of that diminishes your worth. You are someone who continues to grow, who deserves to be recognized and loved sincerely by those who truly see you. I believe this is the heart of the matter. And truly, the presence of the Empress card here is powerful. It affirms that the confusion and exhaustion you felt weren't the result of any wrongdoing on your part, but rather because your presence is simply too expansive, too luminous, for those around you to fully comprehend or keep up with. It's not your fault. That's the honest truth. I can't help but exclaim, people around you, please try harder. Because after everything that's been said, there really is no more fitting way to describe the situation than this. It's not you who needs to change. It's the people around you who must step up and evolve. I don't say this to put anyone down or to judge harshly, but this is one of those cases where the problem doesn't lie with you. It lies in the lack of effort from others. However, the reading also clearly shows that the atmosphere around you is beginning to shift. And I truly wanted to understand why this change is happening, because your energy now carries the vibration of healing, which suggests that you have come through a period of exhaustion, of deep emotional weariness. So, what caused this shift? Why is the air beginning to feel lighter? Why are people becoming easier to deal with? I drew one more card, and it was the Page of Cups. This card reveals that it is your sincerity, your simplicity, and the quiet resilience within your heart that made the difference. Even when faced with difficult people and complicated situations, you never lost your true essence. You chose not to manipulate, not to compete, not to react with bitterness. You chose instead to continue living kindly, to keep trying, and to protect the purity of your heart. And it is precisely that your gentle, unwavering spirit that has begun to change them. Whether they are lovers, colleagues, or clients, they have gradually changed, thanks to your persistence. I believe you've been exhausted at times, having to deal with people who lacked stability, who reacted impulsively, with jealousy, or lacked sensitivity. But you never let yourself be dragged down. It was your integrity and gentleness that gradually calmed them, brought about their transformation. And the most wonderful part is this. You didn't have to strain or force anything, and yet you prevailed. You changed the world around you simply with your heart. I'm truly sorry, because I deeply understand. When you have to face people who are stubborn and rigid, no matter how sincere you are, they tend to respond with resistance, with defensiveness. You told them, it's okay, this is enough, and still, they snarled back, reacted negatively, and made things unnecessarily harder. So, when I think about the kind of people you've had to deal with, the kinds of situations you've had to handle, I truly feel, no wonder the energy of healing is showing up so strongly now. You've been so very tired. This is not to put anyone down, but to face such negative patterns with dignity is a deeply challenging journey. And you did it. The card that has shown up is proof that you've done everything you could. I believe that no matter what role you were in, as a lover, a colleague, a guide, or simply a friend, you've probably said so many times, gently, it's okay, I'll do it this way, to help calm the other person down. But in return, what you received was doubt, resistance, even irrational behavior. And deep down, you may have had to tell yourself over and over, stay calm. Don't let emotions take over. There were probably moments when you felt you couldn't take it anymore, when you wanted to give up, but then you reminded yourself, hang in there. I can do this. It's going to be okay. And I believe there were times when you were on the verge of tears because your emotions had been bottled up for too long, and yet you kept moving forward, kept standing strong, kept staying true to your kind heart. You held yourself up. You didn't lean on anyone else. Instead, you stood firm in the midst of the chaos created by others' emotions. I think you must have been utterly exhausted, haven't you? If none of this resonates with you, then please forgive my sensitivity. But if you feel these words touching your heart, then please know this. You have truly been remarkable. You chose calm when you had every right to be angry. You chose compassion when you could have turned away. You chose silence when you could have fought back. And you did all of this, in solitude, in stillness, with a heart so resilient it's almost unbelievable. And even after going through so much, you still carry the energy of a queen, gentle, generous, and full of love. Perhaps there were times when you felt, this is just too much to bear. Perhaps you thought you were losing your mind because of the irrationality and thoughtlessness of others. But you made it through. You still kept the light in your heart, and that, above all, is what's most beautiful. Even so, I believe some of you came close to breaking. But instead of shattering completely, you chose to quietly digest those emotions within yourself, to process them step by step, one breath at a time. It was incredibly difficult. Because the card of healing has appeared, clearly showing how much strength you've had to summon just to keep going. But now, everything is okay. You don't have to force yourself anymore. All the effort, all the endurance you've poured in, is finally being seen, finally being felt. Even the people around you, they're beginning to recognize it now. Maybe someone will think, why did it take this long to realize? But even if it's late, change is arriving. And here's the good news. You will begin to feel that shift clearly in this month of June. The card shows that you have gradually become stronger, more grounded, and most importantly, you will begin to feel that everything is becoming much lighter. This is the well-deserved result of your silent perseverance, without complaints, without giving up. There are people who once gave up, who believed they had failed. But for you, even in the moments when you wanted to let go, your inner self kept moving forward. And others, even if they don't know the full story, can still sense the essence of your journey. They can feel that you have truly tried your best. And because of that, everything will begin to shift in a more beautiful direction. You don't need to worry anymore. You've done enough. And if there's anyone who still can't acknowledge that, then allow me to say it for them. You've worked incredibly hard. I see it. I recognize it. And I know you deserve to rest. You don't need to keep pushing anymore. Truly. Now is the time to exhale. And this is also affirmed by the final card, a clear message of positivity and light. Moreover, the theme of today's reading is, a major event will take place within the next 3 months. And I believe this is that event. It's the moment when you feel a genuine sense of relief, when happiness rises from deep within your heart, a joy that feels profoundly real. And that's not all. The card representing the sign appeared in reverse, which means the sign is no longer something far off in the future. It's already right before your eyes. You just need to open your heart a little, and you will feel it. So now, I want to take a closer look at the final outcome, what is truly coming your way. And the result honestly impresses me. The card of abundance has appeared. Unlike the previous energy of healing, this time it's the sensation of an overflowing current, rich and generous. You are being told that a powerful stream of abundance is on its way to you, emotionally, relationally, and also in terms of finances and material wealth. I will now dive deeper to explore what this abundance looks like across different aspects, such as your overall life path, career, studies, dreams, beauty, and health. And the outcome is incredibly powerful. 2 cards bearing the image of a goddess have appeared. This deck contains only those 2 goddess cards, and yet both have been revealed. That's truly rare. It affirms that you are gradually becoming the best version of yourself, the version you once dreamed of, once aspired to, and now it is starting to manifest in real life. Not only that, this transformation is beginning from within and radiating outward. As the tension and pressure in your relationships begin to dissolve, you'll have more space to care for yourself, from skincare, digestive wellness, to regaining your physical shape or maintaining a healthier diet and lifestyle. And in terms of work, you'll gradually be able to do things your own way, to be your authentic self in your professional environment. No more forced efforts to please others or uphold exhausting expectations. Once the root of the pressure fades, you'll be able to channel all your energy into what truly matters to you. That stability is not only reflected outwardly, but also rooted deeply within you. And that is a clear sign that a new cycle is beginning, one where you can live more comfortably, more freely, in better health, and even with more happiness. And it is precisely through these changes that abundance will begin flowing into your life, perhaps through increased income, more clients, or if you're working in creative fields, through greater recognition, appreciation, and wider reach. I drew additional cards to gain more clarity on this, and what they reveal is beautiful. Your health will improve significantly, both physically and mentally. It's the perfect continuation of the healing energy that appeared earlier. If you're a woman, any hormonal or cycle-related symptoms will gradually find their balance. I'm not saying you're facing severe mental health issues, but perhaps you've been carrying fatigue for a long time, and now your body is finally beginning to release and recover. In terms of career, the card reveals that what's coming your way is not fleeting or short-lived, but rather opportunities with long-term potential, such as stable jobs, long-term contracts, and enduring professional relationships. If you're currently searching for a job, this is a clear sign that you will soon find a position where you can truly settle and grow. If you've been nurturing the desire to study a new field or pursue a professional certification, the energy of this reading fully supports you. Investing in yourself at this moment will bring rewards that are more than worthwhile. And once again, the card of abundance has confirmed, your financial situation will improve. While it may sound like a grand statement, the message here is actually quite grounded. It could mean an increase in income, better cash flow, improved household finances if you live with someone, or even the expansion of additional income streams if you have a side hustle. The important thing is, all of this will unfold in the very place where you feel most aligned, most authentically yourself. Let your heart lead the way, because wherever you pour your passion into, that is the door that will open you to prosperity. How wonderful! Do you remember, at some point in the past, you once set a financial goal for yourself? Whether you wrote it down clearly or simply thought it to yourself, something like, I want to earn tens of millions each month, or someday, I'll make 100 million a month. Well, this reading now shows that such a goal is entirely within reach. Whether you set that goal long ago, only thought of it in passing, or never truly believed it was possible, the energy of the universe is now telling you, you can absolutely achieve it. You don't need to worry that your dream is unrealistic, because this reading shows it's far from impossible. On the contrary, things are becoming more stable, more sustainable, and you are fully capable of walking this path for the long run. And even if you're not particularly focused on financial aspects, the overall energy still reveals this. You are becoming abundant, in both material and spiritual ways. But if we look specifically at money, then yes, you are entering a period of clear financial growth. I think it would be exciting to draw from another deck as well, to gain further clarity. And even from a broader perspective, the reading continues to affirm that not only are you becoming abundant, but you are also aligning with the life you've always wanted. You'll be able to do what you love, live the way you truly desire, and most importantly, you'll have more freedom of time. With the abundance card appearing, the message is unmistakable. If you've been overworking without a single day of real rest, then in the time ahead, you'll be able to manage your schedule more freely, rest properly, and still maintain effective work performance. This is the kind of ideal job, one where you can do what you love while still preserving balance within yourself. And if you're currently considering a shift in direction, a career transition, or a change in environment, the reading confirms you can absolutely move toward what you desire. You will be able to reach the place you've been dreaming of. Moreover, from the beginning until now, I've continuously felt drawn to the message about signs. The universe has been persistently sending you signals. So next, I'll look deeper. What are those signs? Where are they showing up? So you can recognize them and fully embrace what's meant for you. It seems you are truly aligned with the Namaz deck. The energetic connection is incredibly strong. And this time, the card that has appeared is one of the major arcana, carrying immensely positive energy. This further affirms that you are now in a phase where you can begin pursuing what you've long wished for, what you've been quietly nurturing inside. Whether it's a dream, a project, or a plan you've been wanting to bring into reality, this is the moment to begin. The signs the universe is sending you are not just spiritual or abstract, they are also deeply practical. The message is clear. Just start, and everything else will follow. Whether it's a passion, something you admire, a career you're pursuing, or simply a trip you've always wanted to take, give it a try. The moment you take action, the flow will begin. In other words, the sign has already arrived, but it doesn't need to be something mysterious or extraordinary. It's as simple as this. When you feel the urge to do something, that is the inner call. And once you act on it, the universe will respond. And if you're thinking, I don't really know what I want, or I'm still unsure, that's okay too. I'll draw another card as a gentle suggestion, a direction, a small puzzle piece that might help you get a clearer sense of what to explore. But if you already have something in your heart, then take this message as a soft nudge. Do it. Don't wait any longer. The moment you take the first step, the path will reveal itself. And that is exactly the message this reading is delivering to you right now. The card that appeared this time carries the image of a snake, a symbol rich with layered meanings. Here, the message for you is, try reaching toward those things you've long admired, things you once thought were wonderful but always assumed weren't meant for you. For example, maybe in the past you found a particular career incredibly appealing, fell in love with a certain field, or simply wished you could wear a certain outfit or try a style you thought wasn't for you. If so, now is the time to give yourself permission to reach out and touch that dream. Who knows? When you finally try that outfit on, you might be surprised and exclaim, wow, this actually suits me perfectly. Or when you try a beauty product you once thought wouldn't work, you might discover it blends perfectly with your skin. That's why, when it comes to things you once assumed belonged to a world far from yours, try stepping just a little closer. Just watching, exploring, giving it a try, that's already enough. And if there's nothing specific sparking your interest at the moment, try to remember, was there ever something that made you secretly think, I wish I could? That is the very direction you are being encouraged to open your heart to. Don't limit yourself because of preconceived notions or old habits. Let curiosity lead the way, because sometimes the version of you that shines the brightest is waiting in a place you've never dared to enter. This idea applies even to something as simple as choosing an outfit you once believed would never suit you, only to put it on and feel as though you've become a refreshed, renewed version of yourself. These things may seem small, but they have the power to open up a whole new current of transformation. Now, I'll draw additional cards regarding love, about opportunities to meet someone, and the energy surrounding your relationship. Considering the abundant energy that's been present so far, I believe your love life is also being illuminated in a positive way. And indeed, the cards affirm this. One of the greatest things you are about to receive is the feeling of ease, the freedom from having to chase someone or constantly hold your breath to read their mood. You won't have to live in a state of waiting or emotional dependence anymore. The encounter that lies ahead, if you are currently seeking love, will not come in a hurried or rushed manner. Everything will unfold slowly, naturally, within a space filled with softness and breathing room. You may meet someone who brings a sense of ease and comfort, and from there, the bond deepens gradually until the two of you begin a relationship rooted in understanding rather than urgency or emotional lack. With the appearance of the card retreat, this message is further affirmed. You and this person will share peaceful moments that allow for a deeper connection. Not rush dates, not the pressure to hold someone back, but rather a gentle companionship that progresses slowly, yet steadily. The most beautiful part is this: you are no longer swept up by someone else's rhythm. You are the one choosing your path, choosing the love you wish to step into. And that marks the beginning of a mature, calm, and wholehearted love, one in which you take the lead from your own heart. So, if you're watching this reading in the context of love, whether it's about someone you're currently interested in, someone you care about, or someone you hope to build a life with, the message here is, you will no longer be in a passive position. No more giving up all the control while the other person leads, no more chasing, no more exhausting yourself trying to meet their expectations. Instead, things are shifting. Now, when you want to see someone, you'll take the initiative, and that meeting won't drain you anymore. It will feel like a peaceful moment of true presence. Then, when you feel ready to take the next step, the flow of the connection will naturally align with that desire. In other words, the entire process of bonding and growing this relationship ahead will move in the direction you choose, at the pace, with the emotions, and within the energy that makes you feel truly at ease. Why is this shift happening? It's because the energy within you has begun to release. The inner pressure, the kind of thoughts like I have to act a certain way to be loved or I need to behave like this to be accepted, has gradually dissolved. Once you're no longer suffocated by internal expectations, your external relationships start to transform as well. When you relax, when you stop bracing yourself, when you allow things to unfold naturally, that's when the other person, or those around you, also begin to change the way they connect with you. This mirrors the message from Pile 2 to some extent, though there are key differences, so if you're curious, you might want to check out that reading too. But if what you're hearing now doesn't resonate with you, there's no need to hold on to it. Just let it pass gently, because what matters most is how you feel. And here's something truly beautiful. If you're currently going through a difficult phase in a relationship, the time you share together will start to grow, but in a soft, natural way. The anxiety will begin to fade. You'll no longer sit and worry, are they becoming distant? Or did I do something wrong? Instead, you'll begin to experience time together that feels easy and soothing, the kind of moments where you think, it's so peaceful being with them. I don't have to try so hard, and yet I feel calm. That's when you truly start living in a love that makes you feel safe, welcomed, and free from the need to cling tightly just to keep it. And I believe, more than ever, that you are moving closer to such a stage. A stage where you can live in tune with your own rhythm, and where all the good things in life will naturally begin to align with it. And for those who are currently seeking a new relationship, this is also a time when you may meet someone truly compatible, or at the very least, you'll begin searching for love within an environment that makes you feel safe and at ease. The cards clearly show that a meeting is destined to happen. This is not just a maybe, it will happen. And when the reading says things are shifting in a positive direction, it's not urging you to simply think positively. Rather, the current energy genuinely indicates that you are entering such a phase. Although it may seem like things are changing quickly, this new flow is actually the result of a long path you've already traveled, formed through your quiet efforts, the many times you picked yourself up, the strength with which you endured, and the persistence you maintained. All of those moments have built up to this transformation. So this isn't a miracle falling from the sky, nor a stroke of random luck. This is a well-earned outcome, a reward for everything you've gone through. Yes, the shift may appear sudden on the surface, but its roots are deeply grounded in your resilient heart, in your kindness, sincerity, and the goodness that has guided every choice you've made. Now, I will draw cards to determine specific timing for two aspects: your overall life path and your love life. For your overall journey, especially with the abundant and prosperous energy suggested earlier by the abundance card, the pivotal number revealed is 13. This could refer to the 13th of the upcoming month, or 13 days from today. Either way, it marks a point that's very near a turning point in your trajectory. A new cycle, filled with opportunities and flow, will begin from that moment. Next, focusing on your love life, the number that appears is 4. The number 4 symbolizes stability, security, and a strong foundation. This is an encouraging sign, showing that your emotional world will gradually become more steady and grounded, potentially within the next 4 days, 4 weeks, or on the 4th day of the month. And the overarching energy here isn't that of a fiery, intense romance, but rather a relationship built slowly, steadily, one that brings peace deep into your soul. You no longer need to chase, to strain, or to prove anything. This is the kind of connection where you feel, I can simply be myself, and that is enough. In terms of love, the time frame highlighted is 4, which could mean 4 weeks, 4 days, or even 4 hours, depending on your personal flow. If the idea of something unfolding within the next 4 hours resonates deeply with your intuition, then trust that feeling. Whether it's 4 hours or 4 days, the message is clear. Things are arriving swiftly. Earlier, I mentioned the near future, but that doesn't mean you won't notice anything before then. In truth, things have already begun to shift. You'll start to sense subtle but clear changes in how that person responds to you, or in how people around you interact. These changes won't happen all at once, but will emerge gradually, like soft ripples spreading across the surface of water. And those very ripples will become living proof that things are indeed changing. Your life is transforming, that person is evolving, and fate itself is in motion. Slowly but surely, you'll feel more grounded, more at ease, and the uncertainty will begin to dissolve. The image of a hamburger comes to mind, a surprisingly fitting metaphor. A good hamburger is made of many layers: the bun, the meat, the lettuce, the sauce, the cheese, and even a touch of mustard heat. Just like the journey you've been on, filled with layers of emotion, bitterness, tenderness, freshness, intensity. All those experiences have come together to create something whole, a complete, mature, radiant, and resilient version of you. You've endured so much, with patience, courage, and grace, and now, the universe is returning to you everything that your heart and spirit have so faithfully earned. This isn't a stroke of sudden luck. It's the clear result of your perseverance, of not giving up, of those long, quiet days when no one knew what you were going through, yet you kept moving forward. That's why now, I want to take it one step further, to see, who are you becoming? What is waiting for you on the other side of all that effort? Because truly, I want to witness the future image of you, the one who has endured with such unwavering strength until this very moment. As for the final outcome, you may interpret it in your own way. It could be a vision of a distant future, or simply the outcome that follows the near future we touched on earlier. Either way, both understandings are equally valid because your current energy is already prepared for a significant transformation. The card that appears is action, a message of remarkable strength. It doesn't mean you have to take action because no one else will help you. Rather, it means you are the one capable of consciously shaping your entire journey. When you feel ready and take the first step, the people and situations around you will begin to shift accordingly. That person will begin to match your pace. Circumstances will start aligning in the direction you envision. You will become the one who leads the rhythm of your own life, not because you force the world to revolve around you, but because your positive energy, your maturity, and your quiet determination naturally draw others to listen, to walk beside you. In the past, you may have heard advice like live by your own values or honor your self-worth, and whether you've approached that through reason or emotion, the core truth remains: you are allowed to live your life the way you choose. And more than just permission, when you genuinely begin to live that truth, a beautiful current will begin to flow toward you, effortlessly. This isn't random fortune. It's the natural consequence of your past, the way you've chosen to remain kind, to be patient, to not give up, to avoid hurting others even when you were struggling. Quietly, steadily, you've kept moving. And that way of living, the way you've acted, the way you've treated others, from past to present, has begun to inspire change in the people around you. They are slowly becoming more thoughtful, more compassionate, and gradually beginning to see your true worth. Even those who meet you for the first time will gradually sense your energy, the quiet but undeniable message: this person deserves respect. I want to treat them properly. And this doesn't come from any effort on your part to prove your worth. It simply radiates from your presence, from the poise, grace, and depth that have been cultivated within you over the years. It is precisely because of everything you've gathered, the experiences, the endurance, the lessons, the strength, that now you are able to act in your own way. And these actions will no longer be isolated or solitary efforts. They will become leading actions, ones that open a new flow, where circumstances and people naturally align, support, and evolve in the direction you choose. That's right, even those who've only just met you will sense something deeply admirable. When they see the hamburger you've quietly built over the years, the layered richness of who you are, they can't help but feel a sense of respect. Not the kind of admiration that says, wow, this person is amazing, I'd better flatter them, but rather a genuine feeling of I want to behave properly with this person. It's like stepping into a high-end hotel or a refined restaurant, where the staff are so courteous, calm, and considerate that you naturally want to carry yourself with the same care and respect, not because anyone demands it, but because the environment calls it forth from within you. That is the feeling you now bring to others, even to strangers. They don't feel the need to put on an act, but from deep within, they instinctively want to show you respect. Not because you are above them, but because the way you live, the way you interact, your composed presence, and your kind heart, all of it speaks quietly and clearly. This person is truly worthy. And if you've been wondering whether you'll cross paths again with those from your past, the ones who once hurt you or treated you with disrespect, the answer is, they may not disappear, but their attitude will change. They no longer see you the way they used to. Your quiet perseverance, your sincerity, and your humility have touched something in them, prompting them to reflect and adjust how they treat you. Those who once looked down on you will now behave with more kindness. Those who once misunderstood you will begin to see you in a new light. Not because you demanded it, but because your presence, your energy, and the maturity you carry now have silently reshaped the way they perceive you. And as for the new people entering your life, gone are the ones who lack tact, bring chaos, or emit negative energy. From now on, those who come into your space will be people who know how to behave, who possess depth, and who are emotionally refined enough to walk beside you. You no longer need to worry about attracting the wrong people because the energy you now radiate acts as a natural filter, keeping unaligned relationships at bay. And if, by chance, someone with poor behavior slips through, well, as I like to say with a smile, they'll be swiftly shown the door. Both I and the universe are on your side. In short, you no longer have to strain to be seen or protected. Now, it's the people around you who will gradually shift to meet the level of energy you're rising into. And that is the most beautiful reward for everything you've been quietly nurturing. Let's be clear, what's coming to you isn't just luck. It's the culmination of a long journey built from your efforts, your resilience, and the sincere, humble heart you've carried all along. These things can't be reduced to a simple "you're lucky." No, I won't minimize your journey like that. Yes, good fortune is a gift, but what you are receiving now is not merely luck, it is what you deserve. I truly want to say this with the deepest respect, and the cards are echoing the same message. That's why I haven't held back, why I've spoken so much, because my heart feels with absolute clarity that you deserve to be acknowledged. You should be proud of everything you've done. Now, I'm going to draw one more card to see, from this very moment, the moment you're watching this reading. If you were to begin something, what should you focus on to help this flow continue smoothly? The card that appears is the Ten of Pentacles, a card of great power. And the message here is crystal clear: keep going. But not in the sense of forcing yourself or pushing through with strain, rather, keep going in the direction of what you truly want. If there's something you sincerely wish to maintain, whether it's a passion, a hobby, a personal project, a job, or a lifestyle, then hold on to it. Let your own desire and inner clarity guide you, not the opinions of others. You don't need to worry about judgment from society. You don't have to live according to anyone else's expectations. You are not required to keep doing anything that makes you feel pressured or burdened. If something doesn't resonate with you, let it go. But if your heart genuinely wants to continue, then don't give up. As long as you continue, with real love, with inspiration that comes from within, the path will open up for you. And what's ahead won't just possibly arrive, it will arrive. Because this is a journey you've built with your whole heart. And it will not fail you. Of course, no one is saying that you must immediately walk away from everything you don't like. Real life includes work, responsibilities, and things we can't instantly leave behind. So for now, just set those things aside. The core message here is this: keep doing what you truly want to do. If there's something you honestly wish to continue, then keep going. Don't let yourself be weighed down by outside opinions, social expectations, or the judgmental eyes of others. If there's even one small part of your heart, even just a millimeter, that still wants to do it, then do it. If you feel reluctant, if the desire has faded, then it's okay to stop. But if it's something you still love, something that still feels meaningful to you, then hold on to it and keep moving forward. The universe is sending you a very clear message. You have every right to hold on to what you love. You can step into a brand new chapter of your life, but you don't have to let go of everything from before, especially not the things that carry deep meaning for you. Whether you're watching this reading with love in mind, career, finances, or any other area of your life, you are being guided into a new phase. And in this new phase, the things you truly love, the things you've quietly stayed connected to, nurtured, and protected all this time, will become your source of strength. They will become your emotional anchor. You may have asked yourself before, should I stop now? Am I being too stubborn? Is it time to let go? But if you still don't truly want to stop, if even a part of your heart still wants to continue, then the answer is, keep going. Let go of society's expectations. Let go of what other people think. Don't make any decision based on what the world says you should do. First, come back to the simplest question of all: do I still want to do this? If the answer is yes, then everything else can wait. As long as you are honest with yourself, that alone is the right path. And the universe will begin aligning the right pieces to match that energy. You don't have to prove anything. You just need to be true to your own heart. And that is more than enough. So, if there is something you still deeply want to continue, something that makes you say, I want to cherish this forever, I want to keep this as a part of who I am, then yes, that's it. That's exactly what this reading is speaking to. What you want to hold on to and continue nurturing will become an incredibly important part of your path ahead. It's not just something you're doing, it's a source of emotional encouragement, a pillar of support, a place you can return to whenever you need grounding. And if you continue to care for it, to preserve it, it will grow alongside you. It will continue to live with you and lift you higher. So honor it deeply. Don't let it go just because someone says you should. If you still love it, if it still holds meaning, then continue. Next, I'd like to draw a card to see, from this moment, the very moment you're watching this reading, has something inside you already begun to shift? The card that appears is the Six of Pentacles, a symbol of fairness, balance, and inner worth. Some might say, I don't feel anything. I don't think I've changed. And that's perfectly okay. This card isn't asking you to suddenly feel transformed. What it reveals are the subtle internal movements, perhaps a new feeling just beginning to stir, or a thought you've long carried that's now becoming clearer, stronger. And what is that feeling? It's the sense that, I no longer want to be treated carelessly. I refuse to be taken lightly. I am not someone to be discarded or overlooked. If in the past you remained silent when faced with unfair treatment, if you believed you simply had to endure it, then now, something within you is shifting. You're starting to realize, I deserve respect. I am worthy of being treated with fairness. That quiet realization, however small, is the beginning of something powerful. For those who have always carried a strong sense of self-respect, that feeling is now growing even stronger. And for those who may never have truly felt it before, for the first time, a sense of it is beginning to take root within you. And that is the change. A deep, quiet, but very real transformation. A meaningful shift, beginning from within, is unfolding right now. And it will serve as the foundation for all the positive things to come. This isn't some kind of self-imposed positive thinking or mental manipulation. What's happening is a genuine internal shift. When the feeling I don't deserve to be treated unfairly becomes clear and strong, you begin to speak up when something doesn't feel right. You might find yourself saying, I don't agree with that, or that makes me uncomfortable. And from there, you begin to truly know how to protect and honor yourself. The concept of self-love is vast, and everyone has their own understanding of it. But if we were to define it in the simplest terms, self-love means this. When you're tired, sad, or not okay, you stop forcing yourself to endure. You no longer believe that you must tough it out in order to be accepted or validated. And yes, you have now reached that stage. This reading isn't telling you that you should love yourself. It's saying that you are already beginning to feel it, intuitively, instinctively. Not just from logic, but from a place deep within your being. You're beginning to realize, I deserve to be prioritized. I deserve to be valued. I deserve to be treated with kindness. And the very fact that you're sitting here, taking time to be with this reading, that in itself is an act of self-love. You might think, I'm just watching a video, or I'm half listening while doing other things, but no, you're genuinely choosing to spend this moment listening to something meant for you. For this entire hour, the focus has been solely on you. Not on a crowd, not on anyone else, but on you. Whether you're fully aware of it or not, the very act of being here, listening, feeling, connecting, means you are offering your time to yourself. And that is not selfish. It's not self-centered. It's a homecoming. You don't need to think about how many people are subscribed to the channel or how many others are watching this at the same time. Because this video, this moment, is just for you. You are not a supporting character in someone else's story. You are the main character in your own journey. And right now, through listening to yourself, accepting yourself, allowing yourself to be soft, to be worthy of care, you are initiating a new chapter. A chapter where you no longer compromise with what hurts you. A chapter where you choose to live with kindness toward yourself, first, before anyone else. When I say I don't care about thousands of subscribers or who else is watching, I don't mean that lightly. What I want to emphasize is this. I didn't make this video to speak to a crowd in general. I made it to speak to you. From beginning to end, I've only been speaking to you, the person in front of the screen who chose to take a moment to connect with me. So whether anyone else is watching with you or not, whether there are comments or none at all, none of that really matters. Everything I've said here has been meant for you, the one sitting quietly listening. I've only been speaking about you, to you, devoting this time and energy to you, with the utmost sincerity. And the beautiful thing is this. The very moment you chose to stay with this video, even if you were multitasking or had it playing in the background, was the moment you quietly chose to prioritize yourself. You may not have realized it, but you've just spent an entire hour simply listening to yourself, connecting with your own emotions. That is not selfishness. That is not laziness. That is not watching something just to pass time. It is a deep and quiet act of self-love. And now, the universe is telling you, it's time to recognize that not from your mind, but from your deepest instincts. You no longer need to learn how to love yourself because, in truth, you already are. Not through bold declarations or grand plans, but in the simplest and most profound way, by allowing yourself the space, the time, the emotional room to just be. And that is real love. Maybe a part of you still thinks, no, I was just watching for fun. But your heart knows better. You stayed with this video because something in the words, something in the energy, made you feel seen, heard, and respected. And if, at this very moment, you're suddenly realizing, wow, I've just spent a whole hour simply connecting with myself, then congratulations. You've just taken a huge step. A step that doesn't need anyone's approval. A step that you yourself can feel, I am worthy of love, and I've already started loving myself without even noticing when it began. So, whether you're fully aware of it or not, I want to end with this. You don't have to try harder to learn how to love yourself. You are already doing it. And just continuing as you are, that is enough. And that, without question, proves that your very existence, even if you haven't yet spoken it out loud, is something you have already begun to honor. Even if you've never said the words I am worthy, by simply being here, by choosing to listen, by allowing yourself this experience, you've silently acknowledged your own worth. And right now, you're standing on that foundation. A foundation you stepped into naturally, without force, without pressure. This isn't something that came from me, or because the reading happened to be accurate. It came from you, from the very moment you decided, let's see what this reading has to say. That choice was your first act of reconnecting with yourself. Because even the decision to click on a tarot video, even if just out of curiosity, means that, in some way, you turned your attention back toward yourself. And simply by doing that, you opened a door. Each of those small actions, seemingly unconscious, seemingly insignificant, has created a flow. And the cards today are doing just one thing, helping you see what you've already done, what you may not have realized yet. I truly believe that the theme of today's reading is the result of accumulation. Everything you've quietly nurtured, whether effort, kindness, patience, or sincerity, is now guiding you toward the future you've always hoped for. And with that, I will close this reading for those who chose pile 3. If what I shared brought you some clarity, comfort, or even just a moment of interest, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and click like to support my work. Thank you so much for staying with me until the very end of the video. Wishing you a day filled with peace and good fortune. I look forward to seeing you again in the next reading.